Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I will have to just let you keep wondering why in the world I had to roll the credits twice. But let's see here who we have in the chat. We have Hardware Hacker. Hi, Hardware Hacker. Actually, I've been using that logo for a while, as I've been discovering as I add bookmarks to old live streams. If you wonder why I don't do it more often, it takes a long time to do a live stream. We have Sadmac. Hi, Sadmac. We have... Oh, yeah. We have those two people that have admitted to being in the chat. Let's see here. We have Jesse, I83D6SX. Yes, hi, Jesse. All right. Let's see here. We've got the Ko-fi Go. Link is in the description. Let's see here. I need to move this to the side because this has nothing to do with the segment we are about to go to. Let me move that box so I can scoot up to my bench, because I had to go look for cap kits. That might be one of the reasons why I had to restart the credits. because I was looking for the cap kit for a certain project. I'm fairly sure I ordered them. Actually, I think this order... No, this order cannot be it. That is an old order. Alright. I think there is one more order that it might be in. Otherwise, I'm going to have to apologize for the clever gimmick I came up with the stream, because... Alright, oh, there we go. Here's the other bag of cap kits. Hardware hackers, census some regrets forthcoming. Well, we shall get there. Did I order a cap kit? Let's see here. Well, that's... Well, let's see here. Well, that's a whole bunch of Nintendo cap kits for devices that Nintendon't. Something tells me we're going to be Nintendonting more than we're going to be Sega Doesing, because it would appear, let's see, that's PlayStation. Well, that's N64. Let me go ahead and set that to the side. We'll need that tonight. Well, that's Nintendo. That's PlayStation. That's PlayStation. You know, I have this distinct feeling I am only going to get, like, 1 or 2 PlayStations recapped tomorrow night, but don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss that fun, and we'll learn why it will take so long to recap one PS1. Oh, that's PlayStation. Oh, that's for the Nintendo. That's PlayStation. That's Game Boy. Oh! Well, alright, it would appear as if I, for some reason, don't have the cap kit for the Sega Genesis. That is weird. Hardware Hacker says, first on the chopping block, Justin regrets misplacing his cap kit. Yeah. You know, I might have not actually ordered it. That might be why I have misplaced it. As in, I did not order it. Which would mean I didn't misplace it, actually. Alright, account. My wish list. Alright, it is not hanging out in my Console 5 wish list. Account. My account. They're verifying I'm human. I have verified as human. Alright, let's see here. Yes, we will get to the order of the stream momentarily. I am just checking to make sure. Alright. That's the order I found on the shelf that did not have any game console stuff in it. That was all Atari. Let's see. Mac, Apple IIgs, Mac, Apple II, loose parts. Oh, okay, that's not Nintendo Game Boy Color. SE, 2SI, nope, wasn't on that order. Alright, the Game Boy Color, SNES, N64, PlayStation. And then the last order I placed, N64, Game Boy, Mac Classic, Super Nintendo. Well, folks, I do apologize. We will not be able to take a look at the Sega Genesis because I didn't order a cap kit. Oh, yeah, and the other thing, I don't have an AV cable for it. Now I remember why I didn't order the cap kit. It's because I don't have the AV cable to even test the thing in the first place to see what it does. And that probably is why I did not order a cap kit, because I don't have an AV cable. Well, I wish I'd remembered that slight detail. All right. Now that I have concluded that we will not be able to look at the Sega tonight, Hardware Hacker says I misplaced it in my browser. Yeah, I need to order an AV cable too. All right, let's go on to the first segment here. Things I picked up at the thrift shop this weekend. So I picked up 3 things. The third item is drying upstairs because I picked up a little Kirby plushie that was really cheap. Was kind of grungy. Kirby got a bath last night. He's currently drying. I don't want to get Slarm on him while he's still slightly damp. But I picked up Star Fox 64, which looks like it's in pretty good shape. We will hopefully be able to see if that works tonight. And I also picked up Jak 2 for the PlayStation 2. Howdy, Thomas Armstrong. Welcome. Yep, there we go. Those are the thrift shop pickups. So this one's actually in a PlayStation 2 case. There's our disc. It's actually on DVD. Classic Naughty Dog title for 1 player. So yes. And yeah, that was $4. I had to grab this at $4. Never played it. Always wanted to try it. This one was $20, but I mean, it's Star Fox 64. Kind of had to pick that one up. And the Kirby plushie was a whole whopping $3 plus bath. Luckily, I keep some Woolite on hand, so cold water wash, Woolite, put it in a delicate bag on the gentle cycle. Looks as good as new, it's just a bit damp. So I'm letting it dry upstairs. So Kirby is a set decoration. So I couldn't say no for $3 for a cool set decoration. But anyways, now I believe you all know what inevitably is coming next.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
First of all, I regret to announce that I forgot to unmute my microphone. Second of all, I swapped boxes because this one was the one that was received first. So this first item comes to us from an eBay seller in Georgia. So hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in Georgia. That would be the state of Georgia. The U.S. state of Georgia. All right, and we have, hiding in its bubble wrap cocoon, we have a Kuwell add-on card. And you all, Thomas says, the country is interesting too. I suspect the item would have been more expensive if I'd ordered it internationally. But we have this add-on card. You might recognize the box because I think I've ordered Kuwell add-on cards before. In fact, I know I have. And they came in the same exact box. But we have a KW557C. Among all these other awesome Kuwell products it could have been. Hardware Hacker says it does look familiar. And let's see here. We have, a Super ISA Bus Multi-IO card. I think the user's manual is the same. Or almost. Yeah, it's almost the same. I think it is slightly revised. This card has a few more features. And it has the cables and headers, so ready to use in a computer build. And while this one only supports one hard drive instead of two like the other one that I have, this one has an LBA BIOS on it. How neat is that? So there we go. It even has the jumpers silk screened on the back of the card. I wish the other one had that, but there we go. A Kuwell multi-IO card. Ready for some DOS Simber build. It is very nice that it has the IDE and floppy cable, and more importantly, the header cables, because there's like two standards for header cables, and sometimes it just makes it easier when the card has the cables with it, then you don't have to go try to order the other type. This next item comes to us from South Carolina. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in South Carolina. South Carolina would be north of the state of Georgia, so this item comes from an even closer seller. And let's see here. We are going to open this and, this looks familiar, doesn't it? We have a Kuwell add-on card. With shrink wrap to hold the box closed. Pretty sure the envelope would have done that. But anyways, let's see here. We have a, Thomas Armstrong says, 2 of them, ha ha ha. We have we have KW557V66. Neato. Yep, we've got the eBay seller thank you note. So, yes, header cables. There's our IDE and floppy cable, and there's our game port and serial cable. And there's our user manual. Ooh, this looks like it might be an even newer version of the card. Wow, that's really fancy. This one supports 2.88 megabyte floppy drives. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, looky there. We've got some VGA drivers. Something tells me those go to another card. I might have to archive those and try to figure out what video card they actually go to. It would be kind of ironic if they go to a Trident card, because, yeah, that is nice handwriting. And this controller card is slightly different. I was not trying to buy the different Kuwell controller cards, but it was at a good price, and I could use a few controller cards. So there we go. It's also a 1 IDE, 1 floppy, 1 parallel, 2 serial, 1 game port card. Quite versatile card for a vintage computer. So there we go. Does not have a BIOS on it, but, well, there's plenty of LBA BIOSes out there. Starbuck. Oh, hi, David Starbuck. David Starbuck's asking, maybe you got a bonus Trident card. Well, unfortunately, there was no bonus Trident card in the package. Something tells me that I'm not the only one that is not seeing eBay channel names in the chat. All right, and finally, last but certainly not least, possibly requiring an examination of my head. That's the way I bought it. We have this large box, which may or may not have actually been the actual reason I had to run the credits twice. I will leave that to the imagination of the viewer. This comes to us from an eBay seller in California. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in California. I will tell you what this is not. This is not a Trident card. And also, it is just way too large to set on my bench, so... Thomas Armstrong's guessing an S3 card. No. No, in fact, the number 3 is not in the product number. Let me not show my address. Let me see if I can pull this out of the box without dropping it. Oh, all right. There's also a power cord in the box. Hardware Hacker's guessing a VIC-20. No, it's not a VIC-20, but I'm still kind of bothered by the lack of bubble wrap. Given that I know how old or new this computer is, I just identified it is a computer. Thomas Armstrong, Hardware Hacker, VIC-20, C64, Thomas Armstrong, pieces of a VIC-20. No. All right, I'll give you a clue. C-128. Nope. Thomas Armstrong guesses an LC. All right, I will have to give that to you as close enough. I'm not going to split product series with you because technically this is not an LC. But that's only because Apple was calling some of their products 2 and 3 different, 4, 5, 10 different names. This is not an LC. It's a Performa. Performa 630. No, it is not a Performa 630. Yeah, I'm not gonna, all right. I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off because when it comes to these, sometimes you just got to rip the Band-Aid off of the cover carefully because spindler plastic and see what horrors lurk inside. 3, 2, 1. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Look at this. Yes, it is a Performa 475 and boy, oh boy, is it a rusty one. Yeah, all that rust. I was, yeah. Oh, there we go. We have the obligatory pieces of plastic already falling off of something. We do have a Quantum 160 megabyte SCSI drive. There's our manual inject floppy drive. There's our fan. We've got VRAM. We've got DRAM. There's our 68 LC040. Here's our battery. Wow, I've never seen one of these before. It is a Hawker Eternacell. Elmwood Park, New Jersey, made in USA. /51-HE1099. All right, I am going to say that this battery is probably from 2004, week 51, and that is probably correct, because I don't think Apple ever used this brand in a Mac that came from them. So I have a feeling the customer replaced this PRAM battery in 2004, which is, yeah, probably about the time you'd replace the battery. Yeah, that is a different battery. David says it's from New Jersey. Send it to Mac 84. Yeah, usually the battery was purple. I would be curious to know, though. All right, I don't think the battery is the cause of this rust. I have a feeling this was stored in a damp location. But I am going to see if the battery has a charge still, because it would help if I didn't twist my multimeter leads. Hold on. My leads are all twisted up. All right, they're untwisted enough. All right, let's switch that to voltage. DC. We're not cleaning the metal tonight. And we have 50 millivolts. Yeah, that's going to really power the Thomas says the floppy may be a hard fix. Yeah. If the rust actually got in the floppy drive, yeah, it's probably a goner. Even if it isn't a conner, it might be a goner. All right, so let's see here. I am going to at least do a little bit of I do see some things on the board. Hardware Hacker says all that rust turned the battery red. Nope. I think that's just a aftermarket battery. I have a spare power supply. I do, but we're not powering this up. Oh. I don't really want to power it up. Because A, that would require me to go actually get the spare power supply, which is not on my bench. And yeah, all that corrosion. This is getting I think this is going to get ultrasonically cleaned before I test it. Because the last LC475 I had. Oh. Um. Actually, this is corrosion, plain and simple. There might be bug remains and other icky substances from bugs elsewhere on this board, but this is like corrosion, plain and simple here. I see the green and... Yes, it's an electric toothbrush. I think this is just going to get ultrasonically cleaned before I do anything with it. Thomas says, I'm way behind on my tech. Well, a couple of the other YouTubers use them, and I thought, well, it was cheap. I'm not sure it's doing any better than a manual toothbrush. All right, where's the manual toothbrush? There it is. David says, I'm so old, I still chew sticks to clean my teeth. Well, that's doing better, but it does seem as if there's some corrosion underneath the chip. You see that right about here? There we go. That's some contact cleaner. Let me see if that may be yeah, there's still some corrosion there. So I'll tell you all what. How about, because this is going to be a long enough stream, how about I'll go ahead and I'll take this out of the Mac. See, this is not something I could really do in a 4-hour stream because it'll take at least 2 hours for me to dry the board. Plus, it's going to take a little bit of time to clean the board. This isn't something I can do during a normal 2-hour stream. However, since we are going to be going for a while, what I can do... Thomas says that needs flux and an iron. No, it needs ultrasonically cleaned first. Then we'll talk flux and an iron. I really don't want to have to reflow that because I am afraid of my skills on that fine pitch of a chip. But I probably will have to reflow it. Yeah, this memory is... Actually, that memory, I'm just going to throw in the ultrasonic cleaner. Yeah, that's... Thomas says, I used my wife's fancy convection oven to dry a PCB, got in major trouble. Well, here's the good thing. If I get in trouble, that's because I got in trouble with myself. Besides, I have a reflow oven that I use more often to dry boards than I do to reflow boards. I will probably use the reflow oven for this. All right. So, I think in order to get the board out, I am going to have to at least unplug the power cable from the hard drive. I think you do have to remove the fan. Well, yep, we just had a plastic piece break. Oh, wow, that is like really rusty. I have a feeling that, oh, looky there. There are no clips holding the logic board in. All right. All right, I don't see any rust on the underside of the board, so... Hopefully... All right, hopefully... Thomas says the pastry oven starts at 120 degrees Fahrenheit with fan, worked great. The oven smelled for a week. Well, that is definitely a fancy oven if it goes down to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Alright, so I am not going to put the processor through the ultrasonic cleaner. Because I don't want it to etch the markings of the chip. So this is a PGA chip lifter. It should work, even though it's an Intel one. The trick is, I just gotta find a part of the chip that I can slip it under. Luckily, the Intel chips have the same pin pitch as the Motorola chips, so it works fine. I just gotta... There we go. Problem is, you just gotta, you gotta just very carefully start inserting it. Because the processors get snapped down into the socket pretty tight. So there's hardly any gap to get the chip lifter in under at first, and you just have to basically start very carefully inserting it in, even though it doesn't feel like it's going in very far. Alright, there are a couple pins on it that look tarnished, but I'll take care of them with some contact cleaner. I don't really want to put the processor in the ultrasonic cleaner. At least not with this side down, because that might etch it. I'll put it pin side down. And I'll at least clean the bottom of it. Alright. The VRAM sims actually do have... there is a little bit of corrosion on them, so I'll just go ahead and put all of the PCB items in the ultrasonic cleaner. How are the caps? Well, it probably needs recapped, but I don't have a cap kit for the LC475, so... I mean, they look... I mean, they look okay enough that they might work for power-up, but I can't tell if they've leaked because of the other corrosion on the board from where this was stored. But anyways, but yeah, so let's do this. I will ultrasonically clean this board gradually as the stream progresses. So I will probably clean it for about 15 minutes per side. Or probably 15 minutes top side, 10 minutes bottom side, because the bottom's not really that bad. And then I'll have to dry it. So maybe later in the stream we could come back and test this board in another LC. Max says, by the way, real fun when you have to get plastic pry tools involved for battery removal. Yeah. Alright. But anyways, the Performa 475, that definitely has some rust challenges. I have no idea where it was stored. I'm actually kind of afraid to try to remove the hard drive because I'm probably just going to break. Probably I'm going to break clips. Actually, I am probably going to break clips no matter what I do. I've already broken clips. I suspect I suspect this is a case of the clips are already broken. Well, this hard drive might actually be okay. The bracket's fine. I don't see any. I see some like corrosion on the very edge of the top of the bracket. There's a little tarnish on the top of the drive. The drive might actually be okay. Might. I mean, it's a quantum. It might also be dead. It's in a state of quantum being. But Jesse says it's a pro drive. It's definitely not okay. Hardware Hacker says Blue Scuzzy Initiator mode. Yeah, we'll probably Blue Scuzzy Initiator mode it later. I want to get to some video games, and maybe gradually as we have intermissions, then I will. Maybe we might Blue Scuzzy Initiator mode that at some point as well. And I guess because as I've already come to terms, the clips are already broken. Oh wow, this drive is oh, there we go. Oh, you have to slide it forward. So this drive is this drive might be I might. Truth be told, I was buying this for parts anyways. Not getting the floppy drive is not the end of the world on this purchase. The power supply, though, if I can't repair it, that might be a bit more annoying. Hardware Hacker says, talk about spinning rust. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the power supply might be a bit more annoying. It's definitely going to need a recap. And I'm not going to... Well, that's interesting. There's no rust underneath it. Meaning this power supply has taken the brunt of whatever happened to the system. We'll open this up later, too. We'll use it as an intermission piece. So anyways, there's the power... Well, you know, I guess if I'm going to run the ultrasonic cleaner... Wheel of Regrets is doing fine for time. We haven't hit an hour yet. All right. Let's go ahead and open the power supply up, because quite honestly, depending on what it looks like inside, maybe I should put it through the ultrasonic cleaner since I'm bothering to run... Since I'm going to run the logic board through the ultrasonic cleaner and bothering to do that, quite honestly, I should probably just go ahead and do the power supply board while I'm at it, because it won't... Not like it's going to cost me any more to run one more thing. And I don't have an Aztec cap kit, but at the very least, if I run it through the ultrasonic cleaner, then at least it'll stop whatever's happened to the power supply. Kind of get whatever's on it off of it. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and, all right. I don't remember which of these screws you have to remove to open the Aztec power supply. There's 3 external screws. There's the one there, there's one there, and then there's one on the back. I think you do have to remove them all to open the power supply. That one there, there's no head on the outside, so I think that one is a bolt on the inside. And then I think if we just... Oh, warning, power supply obligatory warning here. Ew. Ew. Ooh. All right. This power supply may be a declined to repair candidate. That PCB the interesting thing is I was expecting to see electrolyte on the board, and the only thing shiny appears to be the silk screen. But at the same time, that PCB looks like it's run very constantly for a very long time, because it doesn't look like the right color, although maybe it is the right color. Although I'm fairly sure there has to be electrolyte on this board. Yeah, the board is gross. All right, let's get this board out. I think the only thing holding the board in at this point, maybe if I get it out, we can take a closer look. I think the only thing holding the board in is one more screw. And then that other screw is actually the ground wire. It doesn't surprise me that Aztec would have optimized the number of screws in the power supply to a small number. All right. Oh, well, actually, compared to the TDK power supplies, this isn't a treat to work on. All right, let's remove the ground screw. Let's look at that. It just kind of like came apart for me to work on. Yeah, I will not be held liable if you burn your house down by working on a power supply. Ah, yes, Sedmax says, if you're new here, welcome. The stream is not meant to be educational. Don't try this at home unless you know what you're doing. If you do this at your own risk. Yes, thank you. And just know if you just had the computer running and unplug it, then capacitors can hold the charge. In fact, they can hold a charge for some time. And even due to laws of physics that I am not going to pretend to understand because I'm a software test engineer, not a physicist, some capacitors can even regain a charge after they discharge. Yeah, I'm going to run this through the ultrasonic cleaner, but I don't right offhand see any leaking electrolytic caps. The bottom of the board looks okay. I think there's some flux on it. I'm sure it needs recapped. These power supplies were built down to such a cost. Although, for the LC475, it might actually be a slightly higher capacity power supply. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, the LC475 and its brethren. Yeah, it actually has a slightly higher output on the 5 and 12 volts. This is Um, so I will try to get this power supply working. But anyways, yeah, I'll go ahead and ultrasonically clean it and the logic board and the sims and the processor. So, and we'll take a look at this again. David Starbucks says, the following may contain images of rusty old computers. Viewer discretion is advised. Yeah, exactly. All right. So I'm going to go ahead. I'll put this in the ultrasonic cleaner for side A. I'll let it run. When it kicks off, I won't necessarily immediately go fetch it out. It'll be fine if it lingers for a little bit. But the most important thing is I have removed the batteries. And yeah, I've removed the batteries. And I won't leave it in for 6 weeks. Those are the important steps to remember. Yeah, remove batteries before putting things in ultrasonic cleaner. Batteries do not like ultrasonic cleaner. All right. So let me set the rusty, crusty parts to the side. And we will get to Hardware Hacker says I need a camera over my ultrasonic cleaner. Well, there's two problems with that. Three problems. A, cable length. B, number of inputs available for capturing video sources. And C, you would see a metal lid. Oh, add it. Oh, well, the problems are A, cable length, and B, number of inputs available. I guess you wouldn't be looking at a metal lid, so that's no longer a problem. My ultrasonic cleaner was not placed for efficiency of getting a camera over there. Oh, hold please. I am like... dropped a whole bunch of cap kits, and I don't want to lose them. All right. All right, we are going to start with all right. First, we are going to start with me dusting this mat into the trash can. And let me get rid of all these old caps from, what are they from? I don't remember what they're from. They're from something old. They're probably from, what did I recap last week? Oh, the classic analog board. That's what these caps are from. And probably the classic logic board. Oh, is that the component I've been looking for that goes to something? Let me lay that to the side. There's some board I was working on a while ago and I lost one of the components to it. That might actually have been it. Alright. There we go. There was rust on this from the Performa 475. And, alright, hold please, I'm trying to not get rust inside of my N64 because it's already not working. Okay. Alright, so the first Nintendon't candidate on the bench today, because it Nintendon't right now, as in it, whoop, I forgot, I didn't see Hardware Hacker's parental warning. This this Performa 475 is rated R for rusty. Yes, thank you. All right. So there we go. It's my N64 that I bought from eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. Currently, its regret score is I regret to inform you. Hopefully we can improve its regret score to it's a miraculous comeback. So let's go ahead and disassemble it. It has no power and no video. It also has no RAM upgrade card, because that is the Terminator. We have to remove that to disassemble it. I don't think the problem was Madden 2000 because of where I got Madden 2000 from. Alright, I do see some tarnish down in there, so hopefully that's not foreshadowing. I bought this from the eBay seller, or I bought it from an eBay seller, naturally. As one does when you're browsing eBay. It was fairly cheap. Maybe suspiciously cheap. Said it didn't work. I did some armchair refereeing. I was like, oh, well, I think I know what the problem is. Obviously, they're trying to sell an N64 that's missing the Terminator or RAM expansion pack, because the N64 will not power up if that module is missing or the Terminator's missing. So I was like, well, it's probably easy. I just will have to repair that, or replace that, and we will move on. So imagine my surprise when I get this and the Terminator's installed. Hi, VBorg, welcome! We have Tim here in the chat. Hi, Tim. Alright. There are, I think, like 6 or 7 totally necessary screws holding this closed. I guess at least I should be glad this isn't like a PlayStation 5, which I think has like 45 totally necessary screws holding it closed. To which at that point I just think it's Sony's basically going, well, at this point we have acknowledged that we are not going to stop people from trying to repair our consoles, but we are just going to make you suffer through removing all these screws should you choose to repair your own console. Alright, so we have removed the cover. And now we have, oh wow, look at all these additional screws. Alright. And I suspect I have to remove nearly all of them. Alright. But at least I can switch to a Phillips screw now. So those were all game bit. Now I think these are all Phillips. I'm pretty sure these 4 screws and these 4 screws are going through to heat blocks on top of some of the chips. This screw here is rusty. Alright. That screw's missing. Someone's been in here before. Well, I think I am now downgrading my chances of success because someone's been in here before. Alright. Because you know when someone's been in here before. Tim says the N64 is 70% screws. Yeah. All right, now I'm not going to say that it was necessarily the eBay seller that's been in here. Oh, yep, these screws have to come out. All right, these are long, skinny screws. And then hopefully, does that metal plate come out now? Yep. All right, there we go. There's that metal plate. All right, I don't see any rust down there now, so hopefully that's a good sign. All right, so I have a feeling all these screws are probably the same size, but because I think they go down into heat sinks on top of these chips, I'm just going to unscrew them, leave them in place, and then I will set this to the side with these screws in relatively where they go, but I think these are all going to be the same length. And for anyone wondering, I haven't bothered to look up a disassembly guide. I'm just kind of doing this live because that's more fun than yeah, it's entertainment. Because the thing is, I don't know what's wrong, but my first inclination was just to recap it because that, well, the first thing I can think of. But we'll get it apart so I can actually inspect the caps, because if I get this apart and the caps don't look like they've leaked, then that could be an indication that something else is wrong. All right. Well, the underside of this plate looks okay. I am glad the ultrasonic cleaner kicked off. I can hear again. All right. Kind of. I'm actually a bit. I was kind of honestly hoping that. Oh, that screws rounded. Oh yeah. Never needed evidence someone's been in here before. This screw. All right. Feeling less confident I can repair this because someone has been in here. Remove this. very least, if I get this fixed, I'm going to have to procure some replacement screws. Partly because I'm afraid if I don't replace this screw, then that will put undue stress on the video connector. Alright, so hopefully the motherboard, there we go, motherboard comes out. And all right, let's. I have a second one. Throw in an HDMI mod, perhaps. I only have one N64. You know, those solder joints don't look the greatest. Can't tell if they don't look cracked. Guess I could try reflowing them and. Well, actually. Nope. Actually, that does look. I can't tell if that's dust on it, but that does not actually look that great. Huh, maybe I just need to reflow the. Yep, I'm gonna reflow those. First thing, I'm gonna reflow them. Hardware Hacker says, yeah, they look like a rescue disc in an SC30. Hot garbage. Hopefully Justin catches my meaning. Yeah, no. You're referring to Snooper and how it doesn't work on the SC30. But I don't think these. Something looks up at those solder joints. They look like they might have been cracked. All right, we will. Yeah, I know there's a bridge there. I was trying to clear it up with my soldering iron, and it's not working. All right. All right. I'm not entirely happy with the way those solder joints there look on the end. More flux. All right. Well, yeah, the flux looks dirty because well, it probably did its job. All right. Are there any other connectors? I should probably reflow the power switch as well. And I guess if I'm in here. Hi, Mega. Welcome. Mega, forgot I was streaming now. Yeah, we're looking at a N64 that won't power up. And I just reflowed the power connectors. And while I'm in here, I'm going to go ahead and reflow the power switch. And how about, yeah, I'll reflow the power switch. Then let's see if it happens to power on after that. Because if that doesn't fix it, I'll hold the controller pins until after it's working. But it's possible that maybe the power switch, because the power connector definitely had some suspect solder joints, so maybe the power switch does too. So I'm going to add some flux to help bust through any oxidation. And we'll go one. I always add some fresh solder. Probably turn my fan on here. It'll help a little bit. All right. There we go. Power switch reflowed. All right, hardware hacker. We'll. Oh, you'll be listening in the car. All right. Well, we'll drive safe. We'll catch you back in the chat when you get home. Hey, Michael. We have one Biff Fever Dreams here. Ah, yes. For anyone, if you haven't caught Gutbomb's latest video, I made a cameo appearance in it. So, and if you are new to my channel and you're coming from Gutbomb's channel, thank you. And also, I have a playlist of all my 2SI live streams. Don't let the list fool you if you're like, look at some of them are like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like a 2SI live stream. Well, the thing is that some of the 2SIs were made Wheel of Regrets appearances in unrelated live streams. And I am working towards adding table of contents to all of those live streams so that if you just want to explore the process of getting a working 2SI, then I'm working towards that. I think I've made it to August. Which I think is at least helpful because that gets some of the... that at least gets you a table of contents on some of the live streams that were not 2SI specific, so that you don't have to like wonder where the 2SI was in it. For example, the first one in the first live stream in the playlist, the main focus of it was for the Apple 2GS, but the 2SI was in Wheel of Regrets. That just happened to be the live stream where the first 2SI made its first Wheel of Regrets appearance. So, but yeah, that's why I'm adding a table of contents. And in fact, actually, I made the playlist, and then today, while adding a table of contents for one of them, I realized, oh, I missed one somewhere because I can tell some of the logic boards apart. And I had a live stream that had 2SI number 2 make an appearance. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't remember seeing it in Wheel of Regrets. Tracked back where it... yeah, then I realized the live stream I'd missed where it made more than just an appearance in Wheel of Regrets. I actually did more than that to it. So anyways, I have now reflowed the power switch. I think that looks decent, hopefully. And then there's the power connector. So if the problem was just cracked solder joints, then maybe it might power up. So actually, I'm kind of tempted to try to power it up, maybe. I think I will at least. All right, I'm not going to reassemble it for obvious reasons, but I think I will at least set it down. I'll set it down in the... there we go. That'll at least make sure that the power supply... that I don't stress the power supply connector. All right. All right. So, what I'm going to do, because an N64 will not power up without something plugged into this connector. So I will go ahead and plug this, the terminator in. Now, I'm not going to bother to plug in a video at the moment, because the problem I'm seeing right now is that it won't even power up. So I'm realizing that, hold on. All right, I'm trying to get the N64 power adapter out. Unfortunately, it's had like a whole bunch of stuff stacked on top of it. I don't know what that was that fell. That sounded like a cartridge. Oh. No, it was a floppy drive. All right, so this. All right, so this is the Japanese power adapter that I have. All right, we'll plug it in. All right, and I'm just going to try to turn this on, and we'll see if the red light turns on. Oh, we have power. That's a good sign. All right, let me see if I can find the video cable. See, let's see, that's PlayStation. I don't think we had the red LED before, so let's see, that's VIC-20 or Commodore. That's PlayStation. That's power. Power. What's the... Okay. Hold, please. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Here's the one end of it. Now, where's the other end going? It is up. All right, I see it. I'll be able to plug it in. Won't have sound because Nintendo. But let's see if we get video. All right. If this fixes it, I think the problem was actually bad solder joint. So 3, 2, 1. No, we still don't. All right, let me make sure. No, I'm pretty sure. All right, let me make sure I pressed the correct button on my scaler. I did. All right, maybe it's the game. Maybe Madden 2000 doesn't work. Mm, all right. We'll see if anything is getting warm on the board here. We do have a chip that's getting 30. This chip here is getting a little bit warm, 37 degrees C. Not overly hot. I guess I should probably check voltages. All right, because that is. All right, so we're going to turn this over with the power adapter still plugged in. All right, so I can just double check that this power adapter is actually delivering power. All right, I don't know what the. Oh, actually, I do know what the pinout is. So this one here should be 12 volts. This one's going to be 3.3 volts. And I think these three are going to be ground. Well, I can either put it somewhere where you can see it or somewhere where I'm going to see it, but there. Oh, I might be able to see it. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit. All right. I think this is ground. And I'm sure that's 12 volts. Oh, we only have 10.8 volts. That's pretty low. And that's 3.46. Oh, that is rather low. Okay. Something tells me that that power supply is delivering too low of 12 volts for this to do anything. So, all right. So, let's do this. So, I would like to see the N64 do something before I recap it. Because it seems like now I actually have fixed the problem that was keeping it from powering up. But I don't have a power supply that delivers 12 volts, and that's probably a problem. So, let's recap the two NES power supplies that I have. And we'll start with the one I just had plugged in, so safety warning applies here. I will check to make sure the caps have discharged before I actually start working on it. I just gotta find where I put the capacitors. Oh. There they are. Oh, alright. Hardware Hacker has made it home. Alright, so let's see. I don't think that's the Zebra power supply. I think that is the... I think that's the N64 LSEP power supply. I'll know here in a moment. Types 1015, 1084, and 1128. Okay, I don't know which one that one is. That might actually be the Zebra power supply. Alright, I guess the only way to know is we're gonna have to take the cover off. Alright. Yeah, definitely this... Okay, I have unplugged it. It is unplugged. The plug is actually on my workbench, so... That is safety step 1. Confirm that it is unplugged. Alright, and this also uses game bits. This is a NES, NES. This is a Nintendo power supply. So of course it uses game bits. This is also a Japanese region power supply, so it is rated for 100 volts and 50 or 60 hertz input. But I kind of honestly still think it's probably fine. It honestly is. I kind of thought that it might actually be like a also for 120 volts. It's just because it doesn't have a UL rating. They only rate it for Japanese power. But I'm kind of thinking, for some reason, I was thinking that this might actually just be the same hardware. All right, trying to take it apart without breaking clips, and I think I failed. I think I might have broken a clip. All right, so because I just had this plugged in, I am being very careful, but I'm trying to get the PCB out. At least far enough so I can find I think it's the main cap. All right, it's only, I think the main cap has 1.5 volts on it, so. It feels like there's a clip somewhere. And the thing is, I don't know where the clip is. Or glue. Something it might be. Something is either clipped or glued to the top of. Oh, I have a feeling it's glue. Oh, this is the zebra power supply. All right. So I'm going to put some isopropyl alcohol into the power supply because I think there's a component glued to the top of the shell. I'm gonna let that sit for a moment, and then I'm gonna see if it's hot glue, or maybe even if it's just like double-sided tape or something. I'm hoping that maybe that might free the adhesive. Because I don't see a screw. There we go. Yep, it was double-sided tape. Not knowing what it was, I didn't want to pull so hard that I actually potentially broke the plastic shell. I was pretty sure it was going to be double-sided tape. We have a Sylvestron. Hi, Sylvestron. Sylvestron says, I spy an N64 PSU. Yes. Yes, I got the N64 happier, but this power supply is only outputting 10.8 volts, which probably too low. So I thought I would try recapping it, and we'll see if that gets the voltage output to where it should be. Ah, interesting. Oh, this is also interesting. That 3.3 volts was 3.3 volts. Or, well, it was about 3.45 volts. But 12 volts was like 10.8 volts. Well, quite honestly, Sylvestron says high 3.3 and low 12 volts is pretty common. I mean, I'm not. Well, I'm going to go ahead and recap it because I got it apart. Check the caps on the secondary side. Their pads cook and break loose pretty easily. Yeah, yeah, I'm just going to recap it because I got the kit. And it's like, what? Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 caps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. It's like 6 or 7 caps. I'm just going to recap it while I'm at it. And that'll let me, as I'm doing this, reflow all the pads. I'll recap it. That way we've got fresh caps. I have a feeling I'll probably be recapping the motherboard too. I was kind of hoping to maybe see it power up first, but something tells me they don't look leaking, but something tells me something's not making good contact. All right, well, let's I'm gonna use Claris here. Sylvestron says N64s almost never need recapping. They're pretty solid. Well, something's up with this one. Maybe it's not caps, but usually they die from corrosion around the cartridge or jumper pack ports. Well, Unfortunately, those are not through-hole parts, so... At least the main... I don't think the main cartridge port's through-hole. Or is it? I don't know what it is. Well, I'm gonna try what I know best, and we'll go from there. Now, I've got a second N64 power supply. It's not outputting any voltages. Yeah, let me fix the power first, and we'll go from there. I got the power supply apart. I'm gonna go ahead and recap it. Yeah, I've got two power supplies because the eBay seller of this one pictured a U.S. market power supply and sent me a Japanese market power supply. Oh, you have two and two N64s. I only have one N64 because I resisted the urge to buy one at the thrift shop this weekend. They wanted $100, which might be fair. It did have a third-party controller, though. Oh, Hardware Hacker says, mine are Nintendos, not Nintendon'ts. Yeah, this one right now is a Nintendon't. Alright, so there's the 200 volt, 100 microfarad cap. That looks absolutely spotless under there. Alright. Alright, so on these boards, the negative side is marked with a white dot. And let's see here. The cap I removed was I think a Nichicon. No, it's a United Chemicon KMG. And it looks like the replacement one is a United Chemicon KXG. So probably the best replacement of the original cap. There we go. Oh, I think I got sidetracked at some point. I was going to point out, I think I see some evidence that this PCB is probably the same design, quite possibly the same PCB Nintendo used for the US market power adapter, and that's the fact that there's a UL mark on the PCB itself. So I have a feeling that the PCB is the same between the two. There we go. One happy little cap. So let's go ahead and get this little cap in here. All right, so this one is a. After I recap this, I'll probably take a short break to go swap the ultrasonic cleaner. What's the model number of this PCB? It is a Zebra E4184-4501E. Oh, you know, Oh. Oh, well, that would be why the cap's not coming out. Helps when you desolder the correct two leads. There we go. Well, I kind of butchered that one, but that is a 35 volt, 56 microfarad. There we go. The replacement is a 50 volt, 56 microfarad. All right. Let's do this. Hold the cap in with a little bit of solder. Fix the component lead I accidentally desoldered. There we go. There we go. Two caps. All right, let's go ahead and get C20. Gotta be careful. There's some surface mounts on the underside around the pins. So C20 is a 35-volt, 47 microfarad. There we go. Working on this power supply, I'm not smelling fish, but I don't know, it has a weird smell to it. It's not fish. Alright, so this is the 10-volt 270 microfarad. Replacement is a 16-volt 270 microfarad. No signs of electrolyte on the board, so something tells me this is a what I would rate as a preventative recap. Unless I get the voltages up to closer to where they should be, then I guess maybe it would be a they haven't leaked, but something was tired recap. Okay. And we got 2 more to go. Now, am I missing one of the caps? I I'm gonna have to look at the console fab notes because I think there's just simply yeah. Mega says they don't have to leak to be bad. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's right. They don't have to leak to be bad. That of course the they also can seemingly be fine and be totally puking their guts out too. That's a 10-volt 1800 microfarad. There we go. 10-volt 1800 microfarad. Very nice. Ooh, the replacement's smaller. Because there might be a cap on here that I just overlooked. Like I says, however, it is a product from Nintendo released in 96, which means there was an expectation of high quality and there wasn't any capacitor issues in that time period, I don't think. Yeah, I believe in 96 for electrolytics that is correct. I'm not aware of any capacitor issues that would have shortened their lives. But electrolytics will eventually fail because they have a wet electrolyte, and at some point it's probably going to dry up. It is a 25 volt 330 microfarad. So we've got a 35 volt 330 microfarad, and the replacement is actually larger, but not a problem. All right, it is going to kind of not quite sit flush, but it's fine. I'm not going to try to land it like right on top of the component it's sitting partially over top. But yes, I do agree with that, Mega, that Nintendo would have picked a higher quality capacitor because people did associate their brand with quality, and for good reason. Sylvester says 9 out of 10, they'll still be fine, just had loose crack joints. Yeah. I mean, yeah, this does seem like a very high quality product. Just going to kind of look at. I think overall it's fine. All right, we'll just kind of. All right. A little clean, I guess. Just to make sure there's no cracked solder joints, let me inspect it. Yeah, Sylvester said it was working, just voltage is out of spec, which is caused by the extra resistance of barely connected pads. Yeah, that would probably be an accurate assessment. All right, so I'm just going to look. All right, those look good. Those look good. Here's the power cable. Given the way the power cables is, it's got strain relief. I'm not expecting yeah, those look fine. I think that's one of the ones I just replaced. I think it was just the solder mask. solder mask around where I desoldered. Alright, those are the ones I replaced. That's the transformer. That does look good. Sylvestron says dead caps cause these power supplies to fail entirely. Alright. Well, now the other power supply I have, which I may recap it as well, so I have 2 power supplies. Yeah, I think this power supply is fine. Quite honestly, I'm not surprised it was good. This is an actual Nintendo brand one. So, Nintendo naturally especially Nintendo in 96, where they know consumers have equated their brand with quality, and they don't want to disappoint, because after all, they have to compete with Sega and Sony. Although I believe Sony was, let me see, if I remember, if I'm not mistaken, Sony wasn't like an immediate competitor to the N64, so. Yeah, Mega says not only that, but warranty claims are expensive. Yes. Yep, there's. There we go. 1 recapped power supply. Alright, I think I might have broken a clip, but it's sealed together good enough with the 2 screws. I think. Well, I'll put a printed label on it. Alright, so I have a free bonus cap. Alright. So let's pull our N64 back out. We'll test those caps here in a moment to see if they actually. I suspect they're going to test good or bad, but. Alright. Alright, so Madden 64 is still the game in the cartridge or in the slot for testing. Gutbomb says, I knew you were streaming early, but my brain didn't brain. Hi, Gutbomb. You missed Wheel of Regrets. Alright. I have plugged it in. Three, two, one. Huh. Sadmax says, I relate to the brain not braining. All right. We're going to have to check voltages, which means, all right. Luckily, the high voltages are safely tucked away inside the power supply. I guess that is the one nice thing about this design. So I can turn this over carefully. All right. Turn it over carefully. All right. Go to voltage DC. All right. So There's a ground. Oh, it would help to actually go to voltage DC. .76 volts. Well, that's the same low voltage we had, 3.46. 3.46. So if I turn this on, oh, 11.72 volts and 3.37 volts. Ah, that's pretty good. Pretty good in spec. Oh, I don't have a AV cable plugged in. Well, I had an AV cable plugged in before I turned it upside down, but then I unplugged it. Yeah, I don't have anything on the AV port. Although, let me double check that I got the scaler on the right input. All right. Let me take a moment to flip what's in the ultrasonic cleaner. All right, ultrasonic cleaning update number 1. Sylvester says check voltages coming out of U12 and U13 next. All right, I think to check those, I'm going to have to turn the board back over. All right, ultrasonic cleaning update. As soon as I can flip this back over, and there we go. All right. So, some unhappy news here. We've had our first ultrasonic cleaning casualty of the night. But the 68LC040 processor has lost a pin. Like, it literally, the pin is gone. Sadrex says, I guess that pin was barely holding on anyway. Yeah, I know. Well, I guess the good news is it was a 68LC040 and not a 68040. I mean, it is possible it's a not necessary pin, but it also has me concerned about the structural integrity of the other pins. That if it... David Starbucks says it's an 039 now. I mean, yeah. Gutbomb says the socket is also suspect now. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that pin on the socket is definitely suspect now. I mean, I could try to look up the, what pin that is. All right, let me look that up. And then we'll check voltages on the NES. All right. Oh, excellent. NXP Semiconductor has a 68040 pin-out bottom view. One, two, three. Let's see if that's 6 pins over. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that is actually a signal line. If only it was a few more pins over, it would be a no connect. Unfortunately, that is IPL2, which is some pin that's active low. Assuming this pinout's the correct one. Oh, wait. There's something weird about this pinout. Wait. MC68040V, 68EC040V. What are those three? Okay. Hold on, let me find another pinout. That looks weird. I think those 3 pins I was looking at that just didn't make sense might be pins on the EC variant. But I'm going to double check. I've got the Freescale data sheet. Which is like the entire data sheet for the whole processor. Like, seriously, this is like the full data sheet. Let's see here. Appendix A, 68LC040. Maybe there's a pinout in Appendix A. Oh, here we go. MC68040 pin grid array. Bottom view, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure enough. Yeah, I think that's a pin that's actually used. All right. Okay. Hardware hackers. David Starbucks says a missing pin won't break anything further. However, if the pin came off in the ultrasonic cleaner, my problem is if I put the processor back in the socket, how many pins are going to break in the socket, causing a worse problem? Hardware hacker says, it should be close enough. Can't the electrons just jump the gap? Lol, just kidding. Sylvestron says, if you push the voltage high enough, they will. David says, you can solder another pin on. No, I can't. There's nothing to solder it to. It's a ceramic pin package. There's, like, literally nothing to solder it to. I cannot see the bond wire. The bond wire is that small. All right, let me, Hardware Hacker says, give it to John Big Bed. Yeah, I'm sure he would love that. All right, so I'm going to measure the output of these regulators. So I got 11.69 volts going into this one, I think, and 5 volts coming out. That is U13. Yeah. So that's like 5 volts out and 11.69 in. So that one looks good. U12. Let me see if I can. All right. Looks like there's 3.33 volts on pin 1. 3.3 volts on pin 2. 2.5 on pin 3. 1.2 on pin 4. And 0 on pin 5. Quite honestly, those voltages sound right for pin 3. 2.5. U12 out should be 2.56 volts. It is. It's 2.56, like, pretty much on the nose. U13 is the 7805. U12 out, pin 3, 2.56 volts. Yeah, it's 2.5 on the nose. I guess I could check what we got coming in at caps. Oh, that cap's got 3.3 on it. Oh, it's got 2.5 on it. That one's got 3.3 on it. 3.3. That one's 5 volts. Yeah, that's 4.68. That looks a little low. 4.61. That's a bit low. That's 12 volts. 9.98 volts. .68. Oh, those may be in the audio section. All right, VREF nearby should be marked and 1.92 volts. It's a bunch of pad vias. All right, let me see if I see that. I remember seeing that, but it's these pad vias marked VREF underneath the terminator, of course. Down near U12. I got 0. I got 0. I'm measuring 0. Sylvestron says that's a problem. There's a resistor between V-term and V-ref. I see 2 resistors. Well, I see multiple resistors. Unless you're, because I see this one here. Unless you're literally referring to this resistor right here, R25. It must be this one right here. Okay. I'm measuring 115.4 ohms. We have Splendid Con. Hi, Splendid Con. Welcome. Well, I've just discovered that I'm missing VREF. And the cap looks okay. Or the resistor looks okay. Well, actually, yeah, I got 115. Oh, is actually, I think the VREF vias are connected here too, aren't they? Check for a short to ground at VREF. Yes, we have a short to ground. Because I'm measuring here, which is connected to these vias. Because these vias... Oh, well... Actually, my multimeter can probe the vias. Yeah, we've got a short to ground there. All right, Sylvestron says, okay, check R35, C71. I've been, Splendid Con says, I've been watching several of your streams, starting with the one you repaired. Some PlayStations just kind of lurked. Glad to be here. Ah, Sylvestron says the caps are on the underside. All right, check R35. We have a short on... We have a short to ground on this side. On this side, it is 255 ohms, which does not agree with the value of that resistor. All right, the caps are on the underside, so I want to take this up. All right. All right. Oh, Sylvestron says, sorry, I guided you wrong. Those pads are ground. Okay. Oh, the other side of R35 is VRF. Okay. All right. Well, honestly, where the VRF arrow is pointing, 1.92 volts. All right. Yeah, we've got 1.92 volts. VRF is great then. I mean, there is one chip, 43 Celsius. U4 is getting a little bit warm. Everything else is like... Oh, wait, no. Very thoroughly clean the jumper pack connectors. All right. Alcohol and some thick cardboard in and out a bunch. All right. Or actually, I'm going to do this. Not that I don't have thick cardboard, but... I may have to do the cardboard trick, but that was the good deoxit. I mean, when I bought it, I was wondering if maybe it was the... jumper pack connector. Yeah, I'm early tonight, yes. All right. I know you all know that I have cardboard. It's just... All right. All right. So, cardboard, almost the right width. But hi, Francois. Welcome. There we go. There we go. It is the perfect size piece of cardboard. Now I'm going to soak it in isopropyl. Spilling isopropyl on my workbench is my specialty. All right, there's that. Hardware Hacker says, Justin is the undisputed champion of isopropyl alcohol spillage on workbenches. Yes. Let that dry. You know, I am going to... Even though I'm pretty sure I cleaned the game slot connector as well. All right. And no, nothing. All right, let's I'm gonna actually take the game cartridge apart, or attempt to. It has a property of Blockbuster label on it, so... Oh wait, this is a Madden 2000 game. I'm not worried about the back label. I'm sure there's newer Madden football games available that I want to upgrade to. And I'm joking. For all I know, Madden 2000 was the best version. Because maybe it doesn't require online servers to play, for all I know. Maybe it's the one year of the game where insert your favorite team always beats insert your least favorite team. I don't know. I'm gonna remove the... I'm removing the PCB from the cartridge so I can just inspect it, because... Oh, alright, so my game cartridge does look pretty clean. And the reason I'm using this Madden game is because it's really no big loss if like, the game console were to destroy it. I'm not a football game fan. David Starbucks says, Tecmo Bowl on the NES was the best football game ever. Yeah, I could believe that. Especially if it was one of those where... I don't know, no real players. A little dirt on the card edge, not too bad. Alright, so there we go. There's the cartridge. I'm not gonna bother putting the back on. Still nothing. Do I have sound hooked up? No, I don't. I don't have a way to hook sound up. Could be worth checking the resistor packs in the jumper pack, as they can sometimes fail. Yeah. Alright, let me put the... Yeah, I am not getting any video signal. I don't have a way to hook the audio up. I mean, I'm sure if I... Somewhere in the house... I have some adapters that I could use to hook it up, but I don't know where the adapters have gone. Might be worth checking you're getting continuity from the AV port pins, the RCA plugs. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I know the AV cable's good. Connector might be bad. Yeah. The only thing about this board is it's just so hard to check those things because you have to turn the board over and it doesn't exactly lie flat. Alright, well I got the game cartridge back together and I'll drop the game bit. Alright. Okay, I got... Alright. Alright, also my Q depth of things I've been told to try is where I'm trying to remember everything. Trying to do things one at a time. So, I think the next thing you suggested was the Terminator plug. Only because I'm trying to do things in order so I don't miss something. And then I'll get the AV plug. Alright. Okay, so... Okay. So that capacitor. Yeah. All right. Oh. Well, that's. Oh. All right. Not shorted. Yep. It looks like they are 51 ohms. So I'm presuming it's 51 ohms. Yep. All right. That one's 51 ohms. All right. That one's 51 ohms. That one's 51 ohms. That one's 51 ohms. All right, that capacitor is... All right, very high resistance, so no worries there. That capacitor is, yep, no connection. All right. Resistors. Number 2, all right. And... well, it's 50.6, that's close enough. Wait a minute. 25 ohms. 25 ohms. Is there a... Wait, is there a solder bridge there? No way. How did this ever work? There's a solder bridge there. Yeah, 26 ohms. That's two 51 ohm resistors in parallel. We totally have a solder bridge. All right, well. Well, that would cause the problem we're seeing. Where? Between these two pins. Between those two pins right there. There's the solder bridge right there. Okay, so I believe... I think that goes on that way. Oh, no, that must be in backwards. Well, that did not fix it. Soldering straight on a game. All right, well, let me, I guess, check the rest of the solder. You know, how about let me do this? I know. All right. I'm just going to reflow all the solder joints in those resistor packs just because. And then I'll clean it up and double check the resistance. Mega's asking, what if that resistor pack is dead now? Well, uh, we'll check it. If you're worried about me putting it in upside down, I think the well, I'm not as worried. I'm kind of surprised it didn't pop a fuse too, and maybe I should check voltages. All right. There we go. I cleaned up the flux. Let's check. All right, those look. Okay, so I got 51 ohms. 50.8. 50.7. 50.8. All right, that's good. 51.1. 51.5. 50.7. 50.5. All right. So I did clear the short. 50.1.5. 51.4. 51.1. 51.4. Oh, Sylvestron says it's resettable anyways. All right. Well, oh, if it's one of those resettable fuses, it's entirely possible I didn't have it on long enough for it to get too hot. All right. All right. Still no Alright, let me put this back together. Before I forget how it goes. And alright. I think the pack is fine. Especially now that I cleared the okay. There's that. And make sure I got this in the right way. Yep, I do. Alright. Alright. Now that is interesting. How this resistor pack went all these years with a solder bridge on two of the resistors. I find that very interesting. Oh. Also, it does help when Sylvester says, I wonder if this N64 is crashing a bunch in regular use. Yeah, that is true. Maybe it was. Yeah, it's technically terminating the RD RAM. And maybe that's enough resistance to, like, mostly terminate it. But yeah, maybe it could have been crashing a lot in regular use. That is entirely true. I'm going to clean the contacts on this again. There we go. So there's that. Terminating resistor pack back together. All right. So I said the next thing we'd check would be the AV connector. So for that, I'm going to move that. So I'm wondering if maybe I should just... You know, the socket does look a bit crusty. All right, I'm gonna clean the socket, and then I'm just gonna reflow the pins. Alright. I reflow, or clean the socket with some deoxit. I'm gonna reflow the pins. Just looking at the connector, I would have a hard time trying to get my multimeter in and check continuity, so I'm just gonna, if in doubt, just reflow. Maybe there's a cracked solder joint here. I've added flux. Well, maybe I should do this. Oh, yeah, I could unplug the cable from my scaler. Actually, I'm about to take a short break so that I can go get something to drink. I need some water. Feeling like having a cookie break too. I'm probably going to go grab a cookie. And I want to rinse the boards that have been in the ultrasonic cleaner so I can dry them so we can maybe test them. And I don't think I've got any distilled water down here to use. I don't think I got any upstairs either, but alright, well, those solder joints look pretty good. Contact cleaner on them to rinse the remaining flux. Alright. So if reflowing them didn't work, then I'll go unplug the, while I am up, I will unplug the AV cable. So we can check continuity between the pin and the pin, I guess. I guess maybe I should have reflowed that connector before, but and no. Okay, I guess there's... Alright, that doesn't seem to have done it. Alright. Alright, there's one more thing I can do, and then I'll take my break, because it's... Oh yeah, 7:19. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to find the adapters that I don't know where I did with them to plug audio in. My speakers don't take RCA input. So I need an RCA to RCA coupler so I can plug them into an RCA to 3.5 mil cable that I have. All right, I am just getting things all tangled up. I'm also kind of starting to feel frustrated with my N64. It's feeling like it's a Nintendon't ever again. All right. I should have known the price I paid for it was too good to be true. Like, oh sure, it's probably just the Terminator block. This will be a easy fix, and then I'll have an N64 for like 35 bucks. Plus the price of a power supply, because I didn't have a power supply with it. Plus an AV cable, because I didn't have an AV cable with it. And yeah, I'm kind of thinking that maybe I should have just bought a working N64. Well, tonight is going to have to be another oscilloscopeless night because I don't have a place to put the oscilloscope. Sylvestron says N64s are a bit of a pain to fix. They're very good units, but when they die hard. With a vengeance. Alright, so there's our ground. Alright. Okay, so the red audio ground is connected. Alright, we got continuity right audio. And left audio. And the ground on the left audio. And ground on video. So now yep, then I got continuity with the Y pin on the N64, which is probably composite. Alright, yeah, I've got continuity with the AV cable, so... Alright. Okay. I mean, there is... Okay, the one thing is, I don't really want to just jam the... I don't want to use Madden as my audio test, because... I don't want it to start blaring some NFL theme song. But I don't have a pair of speakers that takes RCA jacks down here, so... Okay, well, let me take my break. While I'm taking my break, I'll see if I can find those couplers. And... Oh, Sylvestron says, GoldenEye is my go-to audio test. The Rare logo comes up immediately with sound. Oh, Sylvestron says C16. Well, I had continuity with the... where is C16? Well, I see a bunch of C capacitors around C16. C21, C17, C19. One of the bigger 220s next to U13 in the top right. Oh, it's on the top. Oh no, it's probably on. It's got to be on the bottom. I mean, I honestly do not. Oh, it's on electro on the top. Can you double check C13 or C16? Um, 'Cause this is NUS CPU P01 with the P in parentheses. That's the motherboard designation. I see C141, C130. They're beside U13. I see C26, C25. They're on the other side of U13. C142, C33, C128, C24, C28. One of the bigger 220s. 220s. All right, well, let me see if I can find it by it being a 220. Okay, that's 68, 68, 68, 33, 33, 68. I honestly, I don't, either I'm completely overlooking it or it's a different designation on this board. Oh, Sylvester says, oh, whoa. It's where JP4 and JP5 are. That's interesting. Could could that be a difference between PAL and NTSC units? Because I mean, I realize it looked like someone had been in this console, but it does not look like they've removed those because that looks like a factory. Those look like factory solder. Oh yeah, there's actually totally a jumper under. Those are connected together. The restaurant says shouldn't be. O1 through O4 are the same. Uh, let me. Okay. Well, now that is very interesting. Let me. All right, I know I said I was going to take a break. I will still take my break. Don't worry. My break can just wait a few more moments. I'm looking at the cap kit, and oh, sure enough, the cap kit has some 220s in it. All right, let me look at the Console 5 wiki. Let me see if it mentions anything. Because yeah, that is weird that it does always send off alarm bells when someone who's worked on these before say, hey, there should be a cap here, and there's not. All right, so NUS CPU E. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. PAL? Do I have a PAL N64? Yeah, it's going to be an NTSC cartridge. I'm pretty sure of it. No wonder the eBay seller couldn't test it. No wonder I can't test it. I don't have any PAL displays. Oh, wait. That's probably not entirely accurate. Hold, please, while I plug this cable into a TV that's new enough that it might actually support PAL, because I think at some point the TV's just got all the decoders in them because it was cheaper to do it that way. I got an LCD TV beside me, and it may very well actually support PAL. Wait a minute, but I don't have a PAL cartridge. Sylvestron says, you have a PAL board in an NTSC case as well. There are lockout pins on the case that stop you from plugging NTSC carts into a PAL, etc. All right, I'm going to plug this into a TV. It's possible we're still not going to get video because of the PAL/NTSC thing, but I was thinking, though, if you actually if you do plug an NTSC cartridge into a PAL unit, then it's just going to play at the wrong speed. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe that's only certain game consoles. Maybe the N64 is different. Well, I guess that probably means I'm not going to put the thing back together since it's a PAL console in the NTSC case. There's Sylvestron says, I've never actually tried. Well, yeah, I actually would believe that. Because you probably have a ready supply of PAL cartridges where you are, and me being in NTSC land, I don't. Um, well, this would probably explain why I've never gotten a picture out of it. And, I'm might actually have to know what to do with these signals. Okay. Change input. I'm going to screw with my Windows desktop. Well, all right. Let me change inputs here. Let's see. AV. All right. Oh, internet says there's a CSC that does region lock, so it's not going to boot. Yeah, all right. All right, let me double check and see if any of these cartridges by chance. Nope, Star Fox is a USA cartridge. Madden is a US cartridge. Yeah, we're well, boy, do I wish I'd realized that sooner. All right. Well, um, yeah, that's yeah, I don't have any PAL cartridges. But yes, it would totally seem it would appear as if quite honestly, it's probably the only problem left at this point. Now that I've reflowed the power pins and cleaned all these connectors, that is probably the last problem, and that is that this is a PAL N64. And I have no PAL games. And my scaler, well, actually, my scaler might actually scale PAL. I don't know. Probably the other problem is I have no PAL games, so they're getting locked out by the lockout chip. So, yeah, it probably works fine. It would probably work better in a PAL region case. Unless the reason why someone was in this console before was to remove the. Oh, wait, why would. Wait. Hold on. Where's the top of the case? No. There's the top of the case. Yep, that's the USA cartridge slot right there. It says USA 8. Sadmax says, from a quick Google, ignoring the helpful overview, the quote helpful overview, apparently won't boot without a cart. So yeah. Well, Hardware Hacker, we made some progress. Unfortunately, we didn't catch it soon enough, but this is a PAL motherboard. Someone at some point put a PAL motherboard in an NTSC case. Yeah, I don't have, and I have only NTSC cartridges to test with. So, I guess what I'm going to do is to, yeah, I guess to kind of cut my losses. I mean, I wish it didn't have a broken cartridge port on it, but that's not the end of the world. I think you can still plug a cartridge in. I'm going to, I guess I'm probably going to list this on eBay as an untested PAL motherboard. Because I can't test it. I don't have any PAL cartridges. Or maybe I'll list it on my coffee shop. That might let me be. Well, PALs are great to have. Yeah, yes, PALs are great to have. Hi, CDI. Just run 2,600 carts. Yeah, Hardware Hacker. What the ugh, the nerve of whoever it was. Yeah, seriously. Hardware Hacker says there might be a way to convert it, but I don't know what would need to change. Well, all right, let me look it up. Ugh. I was thinking that maybe I could list the board on eBay for someone that actually had a PAL case that had a unit that they needed to repair, and I could at least make up for my loss. Because all right, let me do a quick search, and then I'll take my short break because I need to take a short break before I go to the next game console, because this was not the exciting conclusion I wanted to get to on the N64. In fact, it's the conclusion that's likely going to. Actually, the thing is, the thrift shop has an N64 right now. They want $100 for it. It's got a third-party controller, but it probably actually is an NTSC N64. Cosmetically, it's in better shape. And I'm fairly sure they would let me test it before I buy it. Just they're not open again till Friday. Probably is a good price, though. I mean, maybe I can talk them down a little bit. Because I think I'd rather pay maybe closer to 80 than 100. Because it's got the third-party controller, but there's a way to convert it to accept Japanese cartridges by modifying the cartridge slot or slot cover. Here we go. Let me see. I found a page. Let me see if it's got instructions. All right. There's 3 ways to play NTSC games on a PAL N64. Use an EverDrive or any clone. Okay, I don't have an EverDrive. Use an NTSC cartridge adapter, but you need at least 1 PAL cartridge. Convert the PAL motherboard to NTSC. All right. So let's see. To convert from PAL to NTSC, you got to change the microcontroller. Yep, that figures. And you got to change the clock crystal. And the video encoder. Oh, wait a minute. No, you don't have to change the video encoder. You can change the mode of it. Okay. But you do have to change the clock and the microcontroller. I don't have parts. Okay, so we cannot do anything else with this tonight. Yeah, I assumed it had an NTSC board in it because it's an NTSC case. I had no... Yeah, here we go. I would have had zero expectations. Now I have 50% expectations. But yeah, fool me once, shame on you. I got, this is the first N64 I tried to buy. Quite clearly, this is the USA model. There's the sticker on the bottom. Model NUS001. That is NTSC. And the case top, because there's the cartridge slot. And I can see it's embossed USA 8, so I'm fairly sure that is the US cartridge slot. So, yeah. I would have had no... When I bought this, I had no... Okay. All right. So Sylvestron, okay, the Japanese power supply is because I bought this N64 didn't come with a power supply. I had to buy one separate. I bought a power supply from a seller in the US that had pictured a US power supply, and they sent me a Japanese one. So I sent them a message saying, hey, you sent me a Japanese one, and they refunded my money. Yes, Sylvestron says it's a Royal Sampler N64. Yeah. So the case is in USA. Power supply is Japanese due to an error by a seller, but apparently it works fine in the US. Because I think it's the same internals for US and Japan power supplies. Yeah, I think it's 100 to 120 volt power supply. But the motherboard is a PAL motherboard. Someone has done a motherboard swap for some unknown reason. Sadmax says, I'm honestly kind of amused that this managed to happen. I'd also assume that out there exists at least one Europe/Oceania case with an NTSC board inside. Oh, yeah, Stian. Okay, hopefully I'm remembering names. Yep, it's an early stream. And we've had our first repair. I'm not going to call it a repair failure, because I can't test the stupid thing. It's an eBay regret, not a test, probably not a repair failure. Probably works fine. So yeah, I'm about to go take a short break before we go on to something else. But yeah, the conclusion on this N64 is it's a PAL board in an NTSC case. I bet at some point, I think I know exactly what went wrong here. I think I know exactly what's happened. All right. So, imagine you are an eBay seller. You've got an N64. Maybe this N64 has obvious signs of corrosion on it. Because, I mean, if you look on this metal plate, there is some, like, rust dots. So, bear with my story here for a moment, and you all can let me know how on point you think I am. They've got a complete N64. It has obvious signs of corrosion. They've got the spare motherboard. They don't know any better. It's obviously an N64 motherboard. So they take the NTSC unit apart that's got obvious corrosion, take that motherboard out, throw it away, put this spare motherboard in it that looks clean, has no signs of corrosion, put it back together, strip out a screw while they're putting it back together, lose a screw while they're putting it back together, because there was a missing screw inside of it, put it back together, plug it in to test, and they have no picture. And they, at that point, decide that because they have what looks like a used, but in good condition N64, they list the thing as 4 parts of repair, no picture. Take some pretty poor pictures, if you ask me. But anyways, list it. Along comes a buyer in Virginia who looks at the description, no power, no video, looks up the common cause online, and sees that, oh, if you don't have a Terminator pack or the memory expansion installed, it will not turn on. Oh, well, this is an easy fix. Because the one thing they didn't photo was the, well, they took the worst photo of the expansion bay. I couldn't tell there was anything in it. So I buy it. I get it. I see that the module's installed. See that it is getting no power. Well, actually, I don't have a power supply, so I have to order a power supply. Doesn't power up. Buy another power supply. That power supply doesn't even power. We get to this point. I take it apart. I first see that we have cold solder joints on the power connector. Well, actually, at this point, you know, the story is I bet the eBay seller swapped the motherboard. Yeah. So, yeah, Stan says, well, I have a regret that I missed so much of it, but I was working till 4, then had to go outside and attack a tree with a chainsaw before sunset. So I really didn't have an opportunity to join that much earlier. Yeah. So yeah, the repair status is question. North American case with a PAL motherboard and only NTSC cart, so no way to test. Yep. Hey, E-Vibes, welcome. Sadmax says, yeah, the tree was priority. Yeah, and Sadmax says, and in all this, they probably didn't notice that it was a PAL board they slapped in there. Yeah, the only clue it's a PAL board is the P in parentheses. So, yep. All right, well, let's, all right, well, I guess I'm going to go ahead and all right. Yeah, I didn't notice. And in fact, and no worries, Sylvestron, if you thought that I knew that was a PAL board, totally fine. You wouldn't have necessarily known, because I think you joined after I took it out of the case. So you wouldn't have seen the sticker on the bottom of the case to have realized that I didn't know that was a PAL board. So, yeah, I didn't know that was a PAL board. In fact, I had no reason to expect it because it was in an NTSC N64 case, because that was something I was checking. I do check the bottoms of the consoles I buy because, I mean, I do find international consoles on US eBay. And in this case, I was like, okay, yeah, that's a US market N64. We're good to go. Yeah. Sylvester says, yeah, that was the first time I saw it. I was under the assumption it was NTSCOL. Oh, okay. Which is why I was so very confused when it didn't have the DC caps on the composite. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. You, okay, you were with the rest of us. You thought it was NTSC. To be fair, I probably didn't show the part number on the PCB a lot because I didn't realize the ramifications of the P in the part number. All right. I am not putting the case back together because there's really no point in me putting a PAL motherboard back into an NTSC case. Alright, so as far as the N64 goes, does the motherboard work? Well, it probably does. In fact, I don't think it needs recapped. I'm not going to burn my recap kit on it. I'll save the recap kit for another one. I mean, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll find a beat up N64 and use the good case. Unless I can talk the thrift shop into a deal, it would be nice to have another controller. But yeah, I'll probably the route I'll go is I'll find an N64 on eBay that's it's in a case that's been trashed. That's probably the way I'll go, because I think at least going that route, I will probably be able to get one at a pretty good deal. Because the trashed cases are ones for people that repair them, not people that collect them. Although there are people that collect them that can repair them and they'll snap it up. But I won't be competing with as many people. Because there's also some people that collect them, but they don't want to bother, so. Yeah, I may have a display that I don't need to buy a PAL TV, but I guess if I did find a cheap enough PAL game, then maybe I could test this motherboard. And in that case, then I guess I could decide whether I wanted to keep it, or at least I could sell it on eBay as a tested motherboard and kind of recoup some of my costs, because I really was trying to buy one for me to play. And quite honestly, NTSC games are way easier to find than PAL ones. At least if you're going on the fact that I'm probably looking on eBay US for items that are already in the US. I'm sure if I was looking for ones I could import, that I probably could find plenty of PAL ones. But I guess maybe this also might be a good a time as any to kind of tell me to, well, maybe if I'm going to be repairing these consoles, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to maybe get a PAL cartridge or two. Because for some of these game consoles, because then at least if I did run into the situation where, for some reason, like this, I've got a PAL cartridge to test, or PAL console to test, at least maybe I got a game, even if it's not the greatest game. Or in the N64, maybe it's just Mario N64 or some really common game like that. Oh, David Starbuck found an N64 auction. Oh. Why, look at that. It's an N64. It turns on. It's supposedly the US model. I'll keep that in mind. All right. Well, so I guess with that, I'm going to, oh, Sadmax says, and my cat says hi. All right. All right. So I guess what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go take my break. It will probably be a few minutes. I'm gonna put it on be right back. That way I can go get some water, go get a cookie, see about rinsing the boards that I am about to pull out of the ultrasonic cleaner, and it'll also let me set the N64 and my Sega Genesis to the side so that I don't knock them over. And while I'm taking my break, I will decide whether, well, I guess we'll look at the SNES, because I did put on the, actually, I really would like to look at one of my Game Boys first, so we might look at my Game Boy Color real quick. Oh yeah, you may do a shameless promotion, Sylvestron. Go for it. All right. But anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break, and all right. I think I've got hold music, so headphone warning. But anyways, I might be 10 or 15 minutes, but I'll be back. Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to unmute my microphone. Yeah. Anyways, Mike's Future Retro says, put the waiting music back on. I was enjoying it. Well, hi, Mike. Yep, I'm back. I had my short break. The Performa 475 board is soaking in isopropyl alcohol. And we're going to recap. Assuming I can find the parts. We're going to try to recap this Game Boy Color. Let's see, that's a Super Game Boy. That is a Game Boy DMG01. That's an SNES. That's Game Boy DMG01. Super NES. Oh, caps I'm looking for are in the other pile. NES, Super NES. There we go. Game Boy Color and the battery tabs. All right, there we go. I should have known that Comcast would start giving me inconsistent bandwidth. Oh, could have been your end. Yeah, I still have around 7,000 kilobits a second. All right, so this Game Boy Color, its symptoms are that you can power it with the battery, or the external power connector, but not with batteries. I believe the problem probably is the fact that the battery terminals are corroded and all jacked up, and I'm going to recap it. Probably will, yeah, we'll hope that works. Probably give it a clean while I'm in here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and recap the caps, because it's like, what, three caps? Yeah, there's like 3 surface mount electrolytic caps, and they're too easy to get to not try. So, in fact, I think the battery tabs are like 1 solder joint each. So this should be fairly easy. Sylvester says solid assessment. Yeah. Well, I'll reflow the power connector while I'm at it, just in case the problem is, because there's usually a micro switch that would disconnect the battery if you have the power adapter connected. So I will probably go ahead and reflow it as well, just to make sure that it might, if it's a broken solder joint on the switch. I don't have a power brick for it to test it, but I have batteries. At least I should have batteries down here. Anyways, let's go ahead. I'm hoping this will be an easy win. Yes, I know this is the NTSC version of the Game Boy Color, so hopefully this will be more successful than the N64. Yes, new eBay fear unlocked. Getting a PAL motherboard and an NTSC console. That's just wrong. And yeah, I guess in reality, I don't have a way. I don't know for sure that the eBay seller is the one that swapped it. I mean, for all I know, the person that someone a long time ago swapped it, and they were the one that pulled it out of a storage locker. Like, oh, cool! I got this N64 and it doesn't work, so I'll sell it for parts. I mean, I don't know that it was the eBay seller that did it. Someone at some point probably swapped in a PAL board and then gave up on it, wondering why it doesn't work. It must be a bigger problem. Sylvestron says, "Don't worry, Game Boy Colors are region free." All right, that's good to know. All right, so hopefully. All right. Hope I get these battery tabs out fairly drama free. And then I can clean up the old solder. There we go. So the one with the spring is the one on the bottom. All right. Also, it looks like the silk screen does show you that. So very good. So positive tab looked fine. It's the negative tab that really looks like it. Well, it's got corrosion on it. May not been making good contact with the battery. Sadmax says, yeah, up until like the digital stuff for the DSi, the handhelds were, is my understanding. Yep. All right, so it looks like it'll probably be easier to recap this without the battery terminals on the board. So let's see here. Should have 3 caps. Oh, and the new battery terminals, Console 5 sells them. So same place I got the cap kit, I got the battery terminals. All right. So it looks like there are 3 different values of capacitor. There's a 116, which is going to be... All right, there's our 100, so it's that one there. And then the small one here is a 22. Yep, which is going to be this small one here. That's our 22. And then that means this last one is a 100. Oh, that's cool. The 2 100s are replaced with 116s, and the other one's a 22. Yeah, we'll see how good they are. Yeah, they might clean up in some vinegar. I'm not going to throw them away just yet, but I'm going to try the new terminals because this is my chance to see how good they are, because I have thought about maybe offering to repair things like this. Although I don't know how much I would okay, I'm just going to have to use my usual method here. Okay. They really started to smell like fish once I cut them. Ooh, I should probably take a closer look at this board because I think there's some crust under that one capacitor there. let's see if those were actually leaking. Ugh, okay. Yeah, that actually kind of does look a little wet under there. I mean, granted, someone could argue that, well, duh, you cut the capacitor, and of course it's going to leak when you cut it, but... Or maybe that's just glue or something. I don't know. That looks... I don't know. That looks suspect under that cap, even if that's not electrolyte. It's probably good we're cleaning whatever it is up. Actually, I'm probably going to give this entire board a scrub on this side. Okay, that I think's the glue to hold it down. Yeah, the question is, was it leaking first? Okay, so maybe some of that's just the glue they used to hold it during manufacturing or whatnot, but I don't know. It is possible that where the battery leaked and however someone tried to clean it might be part of the cause of some of the crustiness under that one capacitor, but it could have also been leaking at some point. I mean, I would have expected it not to work on the power adapter if one of the capacitors was leaking, and that was the cause, but I don't know. I'm not a power supply expert, and I'm not going to say that I know for sure that a capacitor problem would only affect the power adapter. Although, then again, the power adapter might have more current it's able to supply, which I guess maybe, yeah, I could maybe now see that a problem with the capacitor maybe could affect batteries first. If one of these capacitors was too high of a resistance, then the power adapter might be able to supply enough current to overcome the higher resistance of the capacitor, whereas the battery might not be as able to. Especially if Stian says, that board looks like it spent a decade in a very seedy bar down by the harbor. Down by the bay, where the board crusties grow. Back to my home. I probably should go, but since I didn't, my Game Boy got all crusty. And you thought Mac 84 Steve was the only one that could give you such sonic entertainment. Oh, Sylvestron says, C32 is after the DC-DC board, so it wouldn't make a difference. Alright, yeah, that too. Stian says, sitting on the dock of the bay, feeling my circuits rusting away. I don't know what song that's supposed to be sung to the tune of, so. Although I don't know why Margaritaville just popped in my mind. Rusting away by the electrolyte tank. I don't know. That would have been the song by Jimmy, Busted. Jimmy Buffett's lesser famous brother. Oh, Mistia gave me the song. Yeah. All right. Ooh. All right. All right. Let me go check something here. All right. All right. Let me go ahead and get these caps on. Just wanted to make sure the isopropyl alcohol had a chance to dry on the front. All right. So this big capacitor replaces this 116. I misread some of the values. Replaces the 6.3 volt one that was here. I'm fairly sure because of the size of that capacitor based compared to the pads. The This one here is a 106 volt, and that replaces the 4 volt one that was here. And then the 22 microfarad goes here. go. There we go. There's 3 of the pins. Yeah, it's good that Console 5 upgrades them. I'm generally impressed with their service. They do a good job. And yeah, I think they know I think they have a good understanding of when you should uprate it or when you can uprate it. Because sometimes they have trouble finding a cap that fits in the same rating, but you uprate it, then you can find a better fit. And then sometimes knowing when you should not uprate it. Because they also do their homework in the cases where they'll find multiple revisions of the board, and they'll take note of when it looks like the manufacturer changed the specification of the cap during a production run, possibly to solve stability problems, and they'll usually start including that value in the cap kit instead of whatever the schematic might have indicated. Socket Wrench says it's a funny looking Mac. Yeah, this was from the alternate timeline of Apple when they bought Nintendo, I guess. All right, I usually like to just make sure. All right. David Starbucks says, what the Newton aspired to be. If they'd only made the Newton a handheld gaming device, it might have actually done better. Oh, and the cool thing is the kit has some new terminals for the plastic shell too, because they're corroded in mine. All right, so let's go and put the battery terminals in. Maybe let me put the other one in first since it's. Oh, I bet I'm gonna need to gently bend the tabs in a little bit. There we go. And now that I've got it through, I'm going to bend them back out a little bit so that they'll stay for soldering. There's that one. I'm going to have to do the same thing for this one because that, bend one of them in a little bit so I can push it through. All right. That one's staying in place much better. All right. All right. So this one I'm fairly sure isn't the correct spot. This other one's not. It'll be a bit more tricky to solder. All right. Good night, Sylvestron. Gonna check out the replay later to see if I got the Game Boy Color working on batteries. I'm hoping that I do. It'll make it easier to play Tetris. There we go. Oh. Well, that is... There we go. That looks pretty good. Alright, I think before I clean this up, let me at least make sure the battery tabs fit through the case correctly. So this goes in like so. Whoop. Oh, yeah, the speaker's fine. Speaker actually goes in the other side. All right, I just want to make sure the battery tabs fit through correctly. And yeah. Yeah, that looks like... Well, actually... Well, actually, it's almost correct. This other side here needs to move over a little bit. There we go. That's probably better. I didn't like the way that solder joint looked. Blow that in. It's a bit warm. And I need to use my finger to adjust it. Let me... Hi, Pinium MMX, welcome. think. All right, let me make sure that lines up good. Yeah, I've got Tetris for the Game Boy, and my Game Boy has the stock LCD screen in it. And the only thing that stopped me from putting a aftermarket screen in it is which one. Although I've got another one that. There we go. I like the way that lines up better. All right. I've got another one that's got an actual broken screen, so I'll probably use it as my LCD upgrade. All right. Let me clean off the flux off this board. Since there are button contacts nearby, I want to get it really good and clean. Yeah, let me tell you, the screen on the DMG-01 is really not that great. And I think part of the problem is they should have probably... Honestly, I've seen bivert kits for the DMG-01 that basically... I think they they invert the colors, or invert the... colors is the wrong term. Invert the, I guess, signals going to the LCD so that the liquid crystals are at a different angle, and then you rotate the original polarizer like 90 degrees, and supposedly that gives you better contrast. It's almost like maybe that's the way they should have shipped the screens. So, yeah, I'm using, if anyone's wondering, acetone to get the flux off. I know it probably doesn't really matter. They're both good kits. Because um, I've seen the videos on the both. They're both good kits. They're because I think that there's the high speed I do one, and then there's like another one, and they're both good kits, and I'm sure they're both going to do about the same thing, and they'll be good. I just gotta figure out. Still, I gotta decide which one to order because there's like a couple different versions of each. All right, I think I got the flux off. I'm gonna let that dry. I don't like spraying contact cleaner when there's wet acetone on the board. All right. While we're doing that, let me go ahead and see if I can't blast some final corrosion out of this side of the case. Like the little corrosion crusties down on the... Yeah, I think that's about as good as we're going to get. All right, so let's see here. So that's the spring. So I think to get the battery tabs in, all I got to do is push them in. And... There we go. Yeah, there we go. New battery tabs in there. And we got the new battery tabs on the other side of that board. So I'm going to contact clean the headphone jack. And the power connector. And the cartridge slot. And I'm also going to go ahead and, with some deoxit, the good deoxit, clean the button pads. There we go. And now, should be able to put this board. Oh, no. That's right. Trying to assemble it wrong. All right. So this board goes like this. Speaker, put the speaker in, and then put the board in. There we go. So just like that, we got the board in. So let me carefully put the LCD ribbon in. Actually, I should have probably put that in like that. There we go. Oh, there we go. I think it's lined up. So now I can close the latches on that. Let me put the... Let me go ahead and put some screws in to hold the motherboard down. So there should be 3 shorter screws in this bag. Yeah, I've got a DMG-01 I got at the thrift shop that its only problem was someone had used Gorilla Glue to glue the display glass down. So I'd bought a lot on eBay that had a DMG and a half. So that gave me a... I don't remember which of these go. Nope, those two. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. So that one is correct. Because it's these two go through the back, these two go through the back, and yeah, these two go through the back. So I'm right. That's one. That's one. One. One, two, and then I think there's a. Oh, yeah, right there. So the one DMG made my DMG at least have a nice bezel. Although my DMG also does have like there's like a ever so slight crack on the screen at the edge. So, but the other half that I have has a broken screen. So, I don't know where the power switch went for this. Floating around my toolbox somewhere, probably. And in order to test this, I'm going to have to find it. All right. All right, let me go see if I can find the power switch. There it is. Luckily, it wasn't that hard to find. All right. There we go. So I'm just going to put the cover on. All right, that's pretty good. I guess I will go ahead and put the screw is. All right, something wrong with that screw. I may have to get some replacement screws for this. Especially since I just managed to drop the screw that had a stripped head anyways. Oh well. Probably on the floor now. That's weird. I thought I had it aimed for the bag. Oh well. Let's see here. Are those double A? Yep, those are double A. Would explain why I've got. All right, let's. All right, so I got two batteries in. All right, Game Boy is switched off. Let me. I have a cartridge, Super Mario Brothers Deluxe. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah. Oh, we got sound. Kind of quiet though. Sega says the speaker degrades with age. You'll need a new one. Well, now that I know it works, then I'll invest in a speaker and some screws. All right, it works. Maybe I'm not the best player in the world of that game. All right, you turned it up. We can't even hear it. That's how quiet it was. That my filters in OBS probably just filtered it right out. But anyways, oh, well, that's why the screw didn't work very well. I'll have to find the one that fell on the floor. I had the wrong bit. I forgot. Those are tri-wing screws, not Phillips. Let's see. Where's the tri-wing? Oh, actually, I thought that was tri-wing. Oh, it was tri-wing. It was just the two. Oh, please. No, that is. Oh, there we go. That's the tri-wing. Oh, much better. There we go. I found the tri-wing. All right. The screw wasn't stripped. Just the ones on the outside are tri-wing screws. All right, so I'll order a speaker for this. I guess for me playing it myself, yeah, it's okay. I don't need the sound to be totally loud. But I'll probably get a new speaker because it probably is the sound of the speakers going out. Francois says, I still prefer Nanoraptor's Think Boy. I mean, just imagine in that alternate reality where Apple bought Nintendo, this thing could be running System 7. It could have been the Pip Boy. Then I guess what would Fallout have been able to do? They would had to have licensed it from Apple. we go. Let me see if I can find that screw that I dropped. Oh, I guess I'm going to have to use a flashlight. All right, let's see here. All right. Hold, please, while I find the screw. And drop it on the shelf. Now it hit the shelf and probably fell on the floor. All right. Let me see if I can. I would like to put my Game Boy back together without having to buy a screw that I dropped. I mean, yeah, sure. It's not like it's going to have a rapid unscheduled disassembly with one screw short of what it should be, but alright, I'm gonna find something to kneel on. If I can look under the desk. Hi, Bruce. Welcome. I am looking for a Nintendo screw that I dropped on the floor. All right. Alright, well, unless it rolled completely under my bench, which I'm going to go look, I'm going to go check here briefly, because I'm also missing something else that I thought rolled under my bench. In all likelihood, it probably rolled behind me and bounced, and I don't know where it is. All right. Bruce says, I have to be honest, I never owned a Game Boy. In fact, I've never even held one. Well, I can tell you this. It was... Yeah, it's... I mean, I found my Captain tape and my masking tape. Which the masking tape actually hit the floor tonight, so... Alright, well, I'll just make a note. That one tri-wing screw on floor is for the Game Boy. All right, there we go. Game Boy Color. The recapping. The recapping or the new battery terminals and or some combination thereof fixed the problem where it could not be powered with batteries. And also, I know you all might remember that this didn't have a battery cover when I first got it, but from that lot of battery covers I bought on eBay, that's a really good match, don't you think? So, yeah. Oh, and I just noticed something here. Is this what I think it is? Does this still have the original protector over this label? Or is that the... Or is that the... Oh, I bet that's the lamination layer coming off the sticker. Yeah, I think that's the lamination layer. But quite honestly, given how it's peeling off, it's coming off, not coming off as easily as it would if it was one of those like things you peel off when you get the device. But oh, there we go. Oh, that is a marked improvement. Oh, it protects from hand grease. Oh, well, it was peeling off. It looks better without it. It was peeling off. It was going to come off eventually. Besides, I don't play my Game Boys when I've got Cheeto hands. And yeah, I'll eventually probably have to replace it with an aftermarket label. Yeah, Mega says over time grease will fade the sticker. Well, there were spots where it was going to already be starting to fade it. So someday I'll replace the sticker. I mean, someday I'm going to have to replace the lens because it is kind of scratched up. But I mean, playing it, it's okay, sort of. But anyways, my Game Boy Color, it's fixed. It's the one I bought for $20 at the thrift shop, as is, because they. Oh no, they No, yeah, they sold it to me $20. Well, as is. They had tested it, but it didn't work on batteries, which is why they sold it to me for $20. I was buying a bunch of stuff too, so it was kind of one of those. They sold it to me for $20, and instead of like, and now I can let them know that should they get any other Game Boy Colors in that have the same problem, that there's a chance I can fix them. And although, oh, good night, Francois. All right, so at least we had one Nintendo success. Wonder if we can have a second Nintendo success. Yeah, I guess there's probably no time like the present to smash that like button. All right, I'm gonna clean workbench off a little bit. All right. So I guess let me go grab the SNES. I guess that's probably about the. As he says, instructions unclear. Cracked iPad. Oh. All right. So let me. So I've got the Super Nintendo, otherwise known as the SNES, and in some markets, the Super Famicom. Yes, we got more Nintendo because someone forgot to order the cap kit for this Genesis. And the AV cable. So, alright, I don't know how prone the caps are to leaking on the Super Nintendo. I do know, though, they are some fairly early surface mount capacitors. And I've heard about them leaking. So we are going to just go ahead and recap my Super Nintendo. So I've got a SHVC SMD electrolytic cap kit here from Console 5. Thomas says they dry out more than they leak. Alright, well, I don't want to have to take this thing apart again for a while, so I'm going to go ahead and recap it. So, go ahead and unplug the audio module. I don't know if any of these caps are in the audio module. I guess we'll have to remove the heat sink. But it does look like it should be fairly easy to recap. All right. Okay. I'm glad. So, the story of my SNES is I bought the SNES from the thrift shop. It supposedly works. Supposedly worked. I, like, in the name of good YouTube content, told them, no, I don't need to test it before I buy it, because I did a dumb. I should have tested it. Turns out it wasn't working. The PPU-1 chip was probably bad, as is a common failure point on this revision of motherboard. I bought replacement chips from eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. Quite honestly, it looked like the seller had used less than due care in removing them, but nevertheless, I was pressed forward, removed the wrong chip by mistake, ripped traces while I was at it. Thought I did a good job bodging what I damaged, and blew a fuse when I tried testing it. So this is not that motherboard. This is another one I bought on eBay, the same place I bought replacement chips. I just bought a replacement motherboard because actually I bought two. Because the first one I bought was a newer revision that has better quality chips, but what I did not realize was that it doesn't fit the old case. So I had to buy a second motherboard that'll actually fit the case that I have. So yeah, don't make that mistake. Yeah, this should be fairly easy to recap. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 10 caps here. And this kit has some through holes, which leads me to believe that if I remove the shield off the sound module, I'm probably going to find that the sound module has some through hole caps in it. All right, spudger this open. All right, let me zoom out so you can see what I am trying to do. So I'm trying to get the shield off the sound module, so I can see if there's any electrolytic caps inside of it. In all reality, I could have probably modified the case to fit the newer motherboard, but I don't know that I could have reversed the mods. They would have been pretty much one-way mods. Alright, well there's the one side. Alright, I definitely see some through-hole stuff. And of course I would... Oh, it's because the other... Oh. Alright. I don't know if there's any secret way of getting this apart. It's just kind of... Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, it looks like there are two through-hole caps there. Oh, this kit's probably for multiple revisions. Let me go check. Oh, this board works? Hi, GeoHam, welcome. No, this board works. I'm just going to recap it before I put it back together. C67. C67 is that large cap. Oh, interesting. C67 is not populated on this board. Well, I may go ahead and populate it then. Let me see if Console 5's got a note about that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, Console 5's got a note about it. So it says, this kit also includes the following additional caps. A 1000 microfarad 25 volt leaded cap found in Super Famicom hardware. and a 470 microfarad 6.3 volt leaded cap to add across the ground and output terminals of the voltage regulator. While not required, adding these caps can improve performance with third-party power supplies or OEM supplies with many hours of use, as well as help to reduce the faint vertical line visible in some TV monitor setups. Okay, well, that might be a... That might be a good enough reason to install them, although I wish they not have a... All right, well, we'll recap and then we'll install. I guess asking, does it say anything about C07? There is no C07. Oh, good. The regulator does have the input and outputs marked on the board. Okay. Yeah, it's got input, ground, output. All right, so I'll be able to add that cap for improved video quality. Oh, the unpopulated... Oh, yeah, the unpopulated cap, that is found on Super Famicom hardware. So apparently they include it. So here we go. They've included a cap for that spot. So I'm going to install it. And they included a cap to go on the regulator. I think quite literally, I believe, soldering the leads like right onto the... I don't know. I'll see which is easier. If it's easier to put it on the bottom or... I don't know. But anyways, so both of these caps, apparently they include to improve, I guess, stability and video quality. What was it? Yeah, they're both included for that purpose. Yeah. Adding these caps, plural, so they must be referring to both of those two caps, both C67 as well as one to put on the voltage regulator, can improve performance, get my words turned around there, with third-party power supplies or OEM supplies with many hours of use, as well as help to reduce the faint vertical line visible in some TV monitor setups. So, yeah, I think both of those caps improve performance. So, Mega says I put mine on the bottom. Yeah, it would be easier to put it on the bottom because then you're just kind of probably soldering it like that and then kind of, yeah. As long as there's enough room with the RF shield. I like video quality enough. I'm going to put the RF shield back on. Oh, actually, it looks like there's plenty of room under the... Oh, yeah, it looks like there's plenty of room under the RF shield to stick that cap there. In fact, that's probably the better spot for it because of heat from the RF regulator. All right. So let's see here. Let me make sure the cap list is correct. The best improvement in video quality I got was the 9-volt USB-C PD mod. Maybe on another one. I'm going to leave this one more or less stock looking. I'll add the caps that no one will see from the outside. All right, I'm going to make sure the cap list is correct because I'm just going to remove all the caps in one go if it is. All right, so C62. Yep, that looks like a 2.2. Yep, that's a 2.250. All right. C61 is a 1016. Yeah, that looks right. C63 and 64 are 3325s. Yep. All right. So 57 and 58 are 106s. Yep. And 59 is a 106. And 60 is a 106. Yep. 65 and 66 are going to be 1016s. Yep. 67 is that new cap. And 50 and 51 are those in the sound module. No, they must be in the sound module. All right. So let's go ahead and get the. I'm gonna get the 3-hole ones in the sound module first. Because they're the only two that need this. Oh. All right. There we go. Those two caps are out. They for anyone doing this, they are marked polarity wise on the positive side. Stripe is the negative side though on an electrolytic cap. And there we go. Oh, solder one leg. You know, it would help if I go back to the OBS so I can see the chat. a mod kit for it, but you can roll your own with a PD trigger board. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I, believe it or not, don't have a lot of power delivery devices, so kind of one of those. I haven't looked into it because I don't have a lot of devices that use power delivery, so I don't have a lot of like vintage computers are probably not the item that's going to get me into power delivery. There we go. Sound module is recapped. Easy peasy. All right. Is that the right way on? Oh, no, I think that's backwards. Oh, no, I had that right the first time. Okay. There we go. Hi, Ian. Welcome. Ian wants to make a standalone SPC player with one of those SNES sound modules. Cool. Anyways, my sound module is recapped. And I think I just realized that that's upside down in the finished product. Nintendo, where's your quality? Granted, I know a normal customer would never see that, but I am not a normal customer. Oh yeah, it's the original SNES revision. Oh, hold on. Jesse says the quality control is in another castle. Ah, no one's bid on that yet. Can't see that. Yes, my eBay auction alert went off. I can smell the caps in the eBay auction listing photo. Yes, I think I'm going to bid on this item. Alright, so I'm going to get these capacitors off the board. I was thinking about removing this slot, but I'm going to leave it in place because I don't want to... I want something to protect the pins as I do this. So I'll get these surface mount caps off the board, then we will replace them. And actually, let's see if maybe desoldering them will get them off the board. I wish I had tweezers, but I don't. Oh, one got that one off the board. Maybe I can get them off by desoldering. Alright, so that was C62. Maybe I'll go ahead and remove and add. Alright, so that is the only one of that value. Alright. Oh, yeah, oh, I've already tested this. They're fine for now. And I've already tested it. It was like only like a few weeks ago. There we go. All right. Uh-oh. That is. Oh yeah, that's the one I pulled off the board. Yeah, because that's got solder on it. All right. That's the new one. All right. Got components here. Any room for Raspberry Pi heat sinks? I don't know if there are or not, and I don't know that heat sinks are the reason why they fail. Or I don't know if lack of heat sinks is why they fail. Oh, um, just let me bid on this eBay. Thank you. All right. Thomas says bad chemistry in production like Hitachi. ICs. Yeah, could be. I mean, for all I know, Hitachi made these for Nintendo. All right. Yep, or Moss or certain Micron. Yep. Oh, well, that was annoying. Um, I don't think it was exclusively the Apple IIc that had bad Micron RAM. The way I've been told, or the way I've heard it is, that I don't know. I've heard that lots of companies knew that the Micron RAM at that time was bad, and Apple well, Apple was just buying it anyways because they were buying, I guess, based on cost. But I don't have any sources to substantiate that. Yeah, Thomas says almost all the manufacturers used MT RAM. But I've heard that at some point some of the manufacturers stopped using it because they had noticed it was not as reliable. But I don't have a um, source that corroborates that. Well, Apple used multiple brands, so I've seen MT RAM in Apple IIe's. I've seen MT RAM in Commodores. All right, so C61. I think I'm trying. I'm doing these in like so 61, 65, and 66 are yeah. So let me. I'm gonna. So I got this little one down here in the corner. That was my warm up. I'm going to remove this one, and I'm gonna go ahead and get these off the board. They're kind of in an awkward spot. You know, maybe I should just try the method I usually remove these with. All right. All right. So hopefully this recap will let this NES run for a good long while without me having to do anything to it. Quite honestly, I'm not sure that not sure it's necessary, but if the capacitors eventually will dry up, I mean, it was eventually going to have to be done. So now I've basically restarted the clock. So I mean, maybe these capacitors had another 10 years, 20 years. I'm not going to push my luck on guessing number of years, but all right. So those were, and then these are the 33s. Okay. Actually, I would like to think that maybe at least new caps might make the picture quality a little better. Pentium MMX says SNES was literally the same age as the Mac LC2. Yeah, I know. Although, funny you mentioned Mac LC. Alright, let's get these pads cleaned up. Yeah, Thomas says some of the caps were better than the others. Jesse says the caps were probably done for. Yeah, in reality, being the same age as the LC2, I don't think that they had much life left. Maybe the through-hole caps in the sound module. But yeah, these surface mount ones I'm fairly sure were probably... The thing is, every LC2 I've seen, I've had to recap. Thomas says, radio gear at that age, the caps are just starting to dry up. Yeah, so maybe Nintendo used slightly better caps. Maybe these caps had a little more life in them before they started leaking. Maybe these ones are just more dry up and don't really leak. But I already have the thing apart. Since I already have it apart, it's easier to do it now than to disassemble it and do it later. Plus, I don't run the risk of putting it together to realize that, oh, I am having, like, issues that are caused by bad caps. After all, I like to play video games with, I like good video quality. And that doesn't necessarily mean I, like, HDMI mod my consoles, but I don't want the composite video to look worse because the caps are going. Nobody's got time for that. Alright, so let's see here. Yeah, Pentium MMX says Sega Genesis mainly used through-hole caps, though. Yeah, I just simply forgot to order the cap kit. Probably because I haven't taken the Genesis apart yet. Alright. Thomas says many of the surface mount caps had a formula inside that became corrosive. Yeah. Yeah, given everything that can go wrong with these boards, like, I'm going to let the electrolyte leaking be another thing that can go wrong if I can keep from it. think I'm finding it's easier to get these caps on just because of the size of their legs. To put solder on one of the pads, solder it down, and then solder the other leg. Alright. Did I get that? Oh yeah. That one looks beautiful. Alright. A little blob of solder on the got a blob of solder on the Deblobified. Alright, so let's get the other two caps on. Yeah, I know. In fact, the first SNES I bought had PPU rot, and I didn't know that that was a thing before I bought it. That's probably the other reason I didn't test it. I'd never heard of it before. There we go. That's better. Although probably the thing is, I probably had heard of it. I just hadn't connected the dots. All right. Well, those caps are not quite. Well, they're a little cattywampus, but they're gonna have to do. All right. Well, enjoy the movie, Thomas. All right. All right. Well, that's pretty good. Well, this is my SNES, and sometimes you just have to call it good enough. now we've got the 100 microfarad caps. And these all conveniently, well, first of all, these conveniently have larger solder tabs, so these I might be able to. Yeah, I think these have enough of a tab that I think I can just solder them like I normally do. There we go. There's those legs. So let me get these two. And I think for the these other two caps, I'll have to probably apply solder and then put the capacitor down, just because there's not much room there. All right, there's that. I forgot to mark these 3 caps here. All right, let's see here. Actually, so actually, I bet I can solder them the way I want to. I just got to do it the other way around. Get the positive first, and then the negative pins. There we go. Happy little caps. And actually, as I'm thinking of it about the PPU rot, I think I do remember the Retro Channel repairing some SNESs and mentioning that these parts go bad. Probably I didn't connect that with um, necessarily connect that immediately with there is a huge systemic problem with them really going bad, really frequently, lots of the time. Danger, danger, Will Robinson. My brain might have just thought, oh yeah, every chip will go bad occasionally. Not realizing it was yeah, these really go bad. All right. There we go. I think that's good there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, I guess let's get the last 2 of the surface mounts here. And then I'll get the 2 through holes we have left. There we go. All right. Two more caps. Well, four more caps, but two more surface mounts. Trying to get the there's one. And two. Nice thing about all these caps are they're actually much as I don't like how short the tabs are on them, they're actually not really that hard to solder. We'll clean this board off of the flux from soldering. Well, actually, I'll install the two through holes first because I'll probably use a little, or I might need to use some flux. All right. I think that looks good. All right. Let's go ahead and get these two through-hole caps to improve picture quality. All right, so this cap here, it's not too tall to fit under there, is it? No, it's not. All right. Perfect. Don't need to do anything. Don't need to do anything special about this cap. It just fits. All right. So that cap there that I just installed is the one that's apparently present on Super Famicons, but was apparently omitted on Super Nintendos for whatever reason. But the pad was left, so there's the first one. And now the second one, I'm just going to very carefully I think this one, I think what I'm going to do, if I can find it, is somewhere have a little thing of heat shrink tubing. I kind of like to. Well, then again, I guess if I put this. Oh, maybe that's what I could do. Oh, there we go. That would work. How about I will put the heat shrink tubing like that. And that way I don't have to worry about this cap shorting the components that it will be setting on. Now, the middle pin is ground, and the outer pin, or the, I guess, inner pin as the motherboard is concerned, is the output. That pin. And all right, I think that got it. And just confirming that I got the stripe. Yep, stripe is in the middle. All right, let me make sure I didn't short anything there. That's some fancy bodge work there. Right? Ooh, did I? Yep, looks good. All right, so let's clean this up here real quick. So I'm going to clean the flux off the board. there's that. All right, there we go. Let that dry for a moment. Actually, I'm going to shrink my heat shrink tubing on the bottom. Probably need the temperature a bit higher than that. That should be good enough. That's good enough. I just want it to be shrunk enough that it won't like slide off the other end. All right. All right, that should be. I think that should be good enough for a power up test to make sure it's recapped correctly. Oh, yeah. And that new cap should be totally fine where it is. All right. That's good. Let's see here. Let's put the power switch back on so I can turn it on. I'm not going to bother plugging in the controllers. I am going to plug the sound module in. All right. I do need the AV cable. And let's see here, I need a cartridge. Let's see, where did I put the. Super Mario World. And up. Let's see here. NES Power Brick. Probably that one right there. Oh, what do you know? It's a third-party power brick. Exactly like the kind that those two extra caps are supposed to help. Excellent. All right. All right. I do not have this going to my scaler at the moment because I want to hear sound. It's going to my TV. So 3, 2, 1. All right, I heard sound. All right, we've got sound. Now so you can see how good the picture looks. Let me plug into the scaler. All right, and now look at that. Wow, that picture looks really nice. And yeah, that's actually the composite video. And that looks really nice. Not that the SNES's video output's really that hard to upscale, but no, I don't think the scaler's messing up at all. It looks really good. All right. Let's put this thing back together. Especially a little more so I could actually plug a controller in and make sure everything else is working on it. All right. So, picture on the stream is very jerky. Oh, well, that's interesting. It didn't look jerky to me. I might have to blame YouTube on that one. Remember, YouTube is not content to leave well enough alone with what the streamer sends them. They like to recompress the signal. Yeah, it could be some interlacing issue. That is true. It looked really nice to me. All right, so I am going to go ahead and put this back together, starting with get the actually. I know Nintendo didn't do this, but I don't think it will hurt anything if I can find the tube. It doesn't really matter. Here we go. All right. Stan says, I thought the assignment was to blame Comcast. Well, I can't blame Comcast for YouTube recompressing the video stream that I send them. That's weird. Huh. So I've got this brand new tube of MX6 thermal compound, and it's like dried up. Okay, well, I won't be putting MX6 on it. Alright, do I have a small tube of something else? No. Alright, well, I tried. I don't have any other thermal compound, apparently. Oh. Alright, well, I guess I won't. Yeah, I don't... That is like the weirdest tube of Arctic MX6. I'm going to... I didn't think the tube was that old, but it's acting like it's dried up. I don't have any other thermal compounds, so... Or do I? The other day I'd found a little tube of thermal compound. Alright, well, whatever. Guess the linear regulator being directly against the metal will have to do. Alright. Let's see here. I've got one, two, three, four. Oh yeah, this was the special one. Okay. Yeah, I think this was the special screw. Yeah. Alright. And these other five are all the same. Ah, good night, Bruce. Or good day, Bruce, I guess would be the... Oh, hi, Mark Anning. Welcome. Oh, you're saying good day, Bruce. Oh, never mind. I thought Bruce had, yeah, Bruce is probably lurking. Just, wait a minute. Yeah, it would be day for Bruce. He's quite possibly, uh, working and lurking. Oh, yeah. I got confused. Yeah, I stream longer, and I not only do other people get confused, I get confused too. Get these screwed in. I got four. Oh, I think the fifth screw might be the one that holds the sound module in. Maybe that's why I can't find where the fifth screw goes. Yeah, there we go. So let's see here. There's the sound module. I'm gonna attach that. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, there's where it goes. It goes here. Oh, wait a minute. That's where the special long screw goes. Okay. There we go. All right, so I got the heatsink reattached. Linear regulator is on it, so now I don't have to worry about it overheating as much. Sound modules back in. All right, so let's make sure. We'll do an intermediate step to make sure that it's still working. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh, yeah, it does help to put the game cartridge in. Right, we are still working. Excellent. All right, so now yes, the bottom of my SNES is very yellowed. In fact, I think the top and bottom of the shell are out of different plastics because they look different. So now, before I really start to button this up, I'll plug a controller in. All right, we will turn it on. So let's see here. Start Mario A. One player game. Warning that I am playing through the scaler, so. Oh, Yoshi's not home. Harder Hacker summons Jack 68K. Oh, I didn't realize you could, the world is that thing? Yay, looky there. Really cool. All right. I declare my SNES works. All right. And it's recapped for improved longevity. Even if I do have to deal with PPU rot later. Let's see here if I can remember how this goes back together. So I've got the top. I have screws in a couple different bags. Oh, those are the PPU chips. Or I've got a PPU one and a CPU. I can't really vouch for how good they are, but all right. Okay. Hopefully, I can figure out where these screws go. All right. Well, let's see, one of these has a game bit on it, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be a case screw. Or something. Oh, yeah, it was probably supposed to go in this bag. It has 5 screws on it. Because I think there's 6 screws that hold the case on. Alright, so that's what those are. So, unplug this. Two of these screws are probably hold the power switch on. Oh, I may be putting these on too early. Because there are like 2 RF shields. Or not two, there's one. Alright, so... Alright. There's an RF shield that goes over that area of the board. And the controller ribbon cable goes in after. Like so. Alright. So now there are 1, 2, 3, 4 screws that hold this shield to the case. They're probably these. Probably these 4 brass screws here. These? Surely they're not those. I'm turning the screws backwards to try to get them into the threads already in the plastic. Be a little fiddlesome. I think I'm getting it here. All right. There we go. That. RF shield in. All right, now there's the ejection mechanism. Which mechanism. Fit like that, but there's a spring. Where's the spring fit? Spring goes. I got that though. I think there's like. Did I forget to put something? I feel like I forgot to put something in the case. Hold, please. I'm gonna pull up the iFixit. I'm pretty sure iFixit has a. I'll search for it by SNES. Oh, there we go. Super Nintendo devices. All right. Let's see here. Motherboard. Outer. Let me scroll down to the bottom. Let's see here. I bet I did forget that. All right. Let me remove the motherboard. I think these two. There's two brass pieces. I think they were supposed to go under it somewhere. So. Oh, yep. There we go. One there. And actually, no, I think they do go upside down. Because I'm not exactly sure what they're supposed to do, but I think they provide a the ability to put a screw in from the outside of the case. All right. Maybe they were for an expansion that was never actually released. All right. I don't think they hold the... Oh, now, let me try to put this back together, and unfortunately the iFixit guide's for the wrong version of the SNES, so not really helping. Let's check. Oh, I did never turn my second monitor on. Or I turned it on, but where I'd used it as a TV, it turned off because I forgot to turn it back to HDMI. Oh, that's better. Now I can see. I can see the clock again. All right. I cannot see the chat better though. Turn my sound on. Um. Oh, thank you, hardware hacker. I think I missed the coffee ding because the monitor was off. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it had turned off. I'm just trying to put this thing back together without losing any more parts. This is an SNES 001. All right. Oh, thank you, Jack. Thank you. Now my dings are working because I turned my monitor on. I do apologize about that. I didn't realize it had turned off. So thank you, Jack, and thank you, hardware hacker. Maybe one of these days I might figure out if there's a way for the sound to happen. I'm sorry, it's like a quarter after 11, and I'm staring down a bunch of screws that I don't remember where they went. So yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thunderclap. Yes, I'm focused on trying to get this thing back together. Alright. I have 4 screws, 6 screws. I have 6 screws that go somewhere, and I'm not quite sure where they go yet. Oh, wait. Nope. Okay, I know where 2 of them go. No, that screw doesn't go there, though. I, okay, I need a button for that. I don't have a button for that. One problem at a time. Alright, sound module gets screwed. There's that. So, let's see here. 1, 2. Alright, so those 6, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. So I think these 2 screws. I think I'm fairly sure these 2 screws hold the shield down for the cartridge. There's one. And where'd the other one go? Oh, there it is. 2. All right, so I got 2 more screws that are not sure exactly where they go. Oh, I bet they go. Oh, here we go. I bet they go here. Yeah, okay, and here we go. All right, looks like I'm on track to work on or to get all this. I have no screws left over. Words are hard after 11 o'clock, especially when you've been going since 4 o'clock. There we go. Excellent. All right. Now I just need to get the cartridge ejector back together. And that, the iFixit guide will be correct on, because that is the same. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this spring goes like here, I believe. Something like, yeah, there we go. No, that doesn't seem right. Oh, that's not right. That's because that spring goes on the other. There we go. There we go. That's right, I think. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so the spring, one end of the spring goes down in a hole on the plastic case. And then the other end goes in the notch on the side of the ejector lever. And that away, when you put the top of the case back on, the eject button is, well, sprung up. And that way, if you insert the cartridge, there we go. Yep, that's right. So now, all I got to do is reinstall the game bit screws. And one final test to make sure that I didn't somehow manage to break things putting it back together. That would be embarrassing. All right, one little game bit screw. Two little game bit screws. Three little game bit screws. Four little game bit screws. Five little game bit screws. That's weird. Oh, well, that's weird. Uh, the game that won't reach. How did I get that out? That's really weird. Oh, that must be what I did. Six little game bit screws. Ah, ah, ah. Thunderclap. Yep, still going. Oh, hey, Chris, welcome. Um, yeah, just, buttoning up this SNES. I'm going to remove this, price tag because it's no longer accurate. Hi, Sloopy, welcome. um, I'm just waiting for someone to ask how inaccurate is it, and well, I won't. I probably will dodge the question by powering the SNES up and making sure that I reassembled it correctly and that the game plays and whatnot. There we go. That's better. At least there's no packing tape residue. All right, so now that I've got the console back together, let's plug in the controller, plug in the game, plug in the AV cable, and we'll plug in the power cable, and then we will slide the purple power switch of, this was late 80s perfection, and then I will switch to my scaler. And we will see that this console is absolutely working. Jack says, hopefully the packing tape residue was not essential to making it function. Yeah. Oh. Harder Hacker says, oh, you removed the residue. It'll crash any second now. Bruce is asking, do these sorts of consoles have a built-in game, or do you need a cartridge to do anything with them? Most of these game consoles do not have a built-in game. Like the SNES does not have a built-in game. So you have to have a cartridge to do anything with it. Now, I believe that it might be the Sega, not the Genesis. Was it the Master System? I think the Master System might have a built-in game. Anyways, yeah, the graphics look good. And Hardware Hacker says, no, it does not. I don't see... Oh. The master... Okay, okay, Hardware Hacker was correcting my statement that it's not the Master System. But doesn't one of the Sega consoles have a built-in game? I mean, it's not like I don't know that it's like a full-featured game, but it's like if you don't put a cartridge in and you power it up, and you might have to hold a button on the controller, that it like has a built-in Asteroids game or something like that. Not that you recall. Okay. All right. Well, I will have to check my notes and figure it out. But most of these consoles don't have a built-in game, at least from the cartridge era. That would be cool, though. Yes. So, anyways, my SNES, it works by the magic of buying a second motherboard, and it's been recapped. And yeah, so it's actually going to go upstairs to... I've got a room where I've got a TV all the way upstairs. So the SNES has earned its place in that room alongside my NES. So I'm going to go grab the AV cable, and I'm just going to go upstairs. In fact, actually, now that I think about it, my Game Boy Color is also going upstairs with me. All right. So that, I think, is where I'm going to draw the stream to a close. Yeah, Chuck says, interesting how that controller has yellowed. Yeah, it needs a retro bright on the one side, and it looks respectable on the other side. It's really weird. I couldn't tell you how it did that, but then again, I don't know if you saw the console, but the bottom of it's yellowed and the top hasn't, so go figure. So anyways, yeah, Bruce says, okay, let's turn this into a gaming stream and watch 4 hours of Justin playing. I got nothing better to do. Well, I have bedtime soon. So, yeah, probably different plastics on the top and the bottom of the case. Yeah, I got bedtime soon, and not only that, but I have to take care of the Performa 475 that is currently bathing in isopropyl alcohol upstairs, just to make sure that there wasn't any minerals that so that settle onto it. So anyways, the Performa 475 as the bit to get you to watch tomorrow. I don't know if I have anything else coming from eBay tomorrow, but we will start the stream with a Wheel of Regrets segment where we will actually... yeah, the Performa 475 that was rated R for Rusty, we will have Wheel of Regrets to start tomorrow's stream where I will actually pull out another power supply from something else, and we will try to power it up and see if it works. Well, and I'll have to find I will have to find a 68040 from something else, because Um, I it had some corroded pins, and I put it in the ultrasonic cleaner to take care of the corrosion, and I'm not sure if you can tell. Oh yeah, you can tell. It lost a pin in the ultrasonic cleaner. It just like came clean off. Obviously, that pin was corroded. So, and unfortunately, that is a pin that actually has a signal going to it. I'm also going to figure out when I bought this MX6 from Arctic, because, quite honestly, I am not convinced this is actually MX6. I'm thinking it might be, gray-colored putty. This is not acting like MX6 should. I don't know. Parental supervision is advised. Maybe a tetanus shot too. Yeah. Anyways, so we'll start off Wheel of Regrets tomorrow with the Performa 475, and we'll see if the logic board has any response. And then tomorrow we will be looking at PlayStation 1s, because I have a whole stack of them. So if we run into one that's actually not NTSC, then I'm going to be confused, because I want to say that I've powered them all up. Although maybe one didn't have video. But anyways. So, tonight's stream. I failed at repairing the N64, because it turns out I had an N64 that had a PAL motherboard in a US market NTSC case. And as you might figure, I have no PAL game cartridges to run it on. So that was a failure. Also explains why I couldn't get it to work. Explains why the eBay seller couldn't get it to work. It might actually work. I have no way of testing it. So that, I have to declare, is a regret. Bruce says, I'm in a PAL part of the world. Yeah, apparently because the N64, not only does the N64 have different shaped plastic slots for cartridges, but they have lockout chips. So it's like they had two different ways of doing DRM. Physical and lockout chip. So actually, that motherboard I don't think would ever work in that case, because you would never be able to insert one of the PAL cartridges, because the plastic is different and that you can't insert the plastic. So yeah, I got a motherboard that doesn't belong to the case. Yeah, it's a weird one. Anyways, that was a failure. It might actually work, but I can't verify it. So that was a failure. I'll probably be looking for probably what I'll do is I'll just start looking for an N64 in a case that's really rough. I occasionally see them. And hopefully it'll be a US market motherboard. But then I recapped and replaced the battery terminals in my Game Boy Color. The symptom was that it would not work on batteries, and now it works on batteries. It was probably the battery terminals more so than the caps, but at least I have new caps in it. And then I recapped the SNES and put it back together. So, yay. So I got 2 Nintendos and 1 Nintendon't. And oh yeah, I actually I've had I selected a battery cover for it. It is such a good match, I don't think you would ever know that it's not the one that originally came with it. So yeah, it's got a battery cover. It's like good as old. Good as old, but without corroded bits in it. So I got 2 Nintendos and 1 Nintendon't. And then I got to remember to order a Sega Genesis AV cable. Because apparently my Sega don't. Apparently tonight, my Sega don't what my Nintendos. And my Sega don't and my Nintendon't what my other Nintendos. Okay, I'm overthinking it now. It's probably time for me to go to bed. Anyways, don't forget to smash that like button. Unless you're on an iPad, then tap it gently. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. Like tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon starting at 4 o'clock. PlayStation 1s. It's Hardware Hacker says Nintendo maybe. Yeah, it is a Nintendo maybe. I can't actually test it. And then Friday, we're going to be looking at a Packard Bell for Packvember on Pack Friday. So that'll be a pack load of fun. All right. Anyways, with that, I would like to thank you all for joining me, hanging out in the chat, being cool. The coffee tips. Yeah, no, the Packvember is almost over, which is why if I don't do it Friday, it's not happening at all. But yeah, with that, hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.